Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome on behalf of Indian Plumbing Association to 27th edition of Indian Plumbing Conference. We'll wait for a couple of minutes more. Yes, we have lots of people. We have phenomenal response from various delegates and people, and we are waiting for them for another couple of minutes so they can join and they don't miss out on various knowledge that is going to be shared on this platform. I think without taking much time, let me invite our president, Mr. Gurmeet Singh Arora, to kindly come on the dais and start this today's session on a very lighter note while we wait for delegates to join in. Gurmeet, over to you, please.
Thank you, Mihir. I am starting a conference with a joke because you want to start after 2-3 minutes. A drunk Parsi enters a bar and has a few drinks and starts shouting and yelling. "Ah, Baba, I'll tell you a Sardar joke," he says. In a deep, husky voice, a man next to him says, "Before you tell the joke, sir, I think it is only fair to inform you that you are drunk for show, yet you should know 5 things about this place. Number 1, the bartender is a Sardar, because these are Sardars, the guys who wear the turbans. The bouncer is a Sardar. I am 6 feet tall, 260 pounds in weight. With a black belt, I am a Sardar. The man sitting on my right is a professional wrestler. He is a Sardar. The man sitting on my left is a professional weightlifter. He is a Sardar. Now just think about it. Do you still want to tell that joke about Sardars? Since there are so many jokes on Sardars, as we all know. The drunk Baba Parsi thinks for a moment, shakes his head and declares, "Java de Baba, Java de." Who is going to explain the joke 5 times? Okay, I think Mir, you take over now. Enough jokes, okay?
I think, thank you, Gurmeet, to start on such a lighter note. We all have gone through this pandemic. It has put everyone into various kind of stress. things have been so serious, and I'm so glad that today we are starting on a lighter note where we can share a few moments with each other without thinking much about the pandemic, what is happening around, without thinking of much of the challenges that are happening around. And what a better way to start today's Indian Plumbing Conference on such a lighter note. Thank you so much, Gurmeet ji. As always, you are one of the finest sense of humor. I really enjoy your sense of humor and the way you embed it
On a Sardar joke.
on a Sardar joke. So I think the person who knows how to laugh at himself, he can go through any atrocities in the world. So I think hats off to you, and knowing you over such a long years, I know that you have gone through a lot and always with a smiling face. So really, really, really appreciate for what you do for the society. Thank you so much, sir. So ladies and gentlemen, a very, very warm welcome to 27th edition of Indian Plumbing Conference. It is done by Indian Plumbing Association. And even this pandemic has not been able to stop us. If we could not come face to you guys, we have come virtually. And जब दिल से दिल मिलता है, तो I'm very sure दिल से कही हुई बात दिल तक पहुंचती है. And I'm very sure that we will be putting across 3 excellent days of amazing knowledge sharing, amazing new technologies. You will be having government officials who will be coming here. They will be sharing what are the latest trends which are happening, what are the various kind of schemes that are happening. You also have various heads of associate societies who are going to come forward. They would be talking, and you will have subject matter expert who would be talking of the latest trend, latest products in these 3 days of conference. So friends, let's enjoy the knowledge which is going to be shared. It is unlimited edition. Make maximum out of it. That's what I would request every one of you. Any kind of these conferences cannot happen without the support of the partners who come forward and put money where their mouth is. And we really bow down to each and every one of them for their kind of support what they have done and made this kind of virtual conference even possible to conduct. So let me acknowledge, and we really thank on behalf of Indian Plumbing Association, WaterTech, our title sponsor, our diamond sponsor, Ashirwad, our platinum sponsor, Astral Pipes, Kirloskar, Willow, Flowguard Plus, Echo, Bradford White, we have Ibarra, we have NVR. Then apart from that, there are session sponsors, Gibbard, Prince, KSB, NVR, Chua, TrueFlow, Zalotto. If I missed out on any of the names, I really apologize, and I'll definitely be covering up further. We would also like to thank our supporting association, that is World Plumbing Conference. We have CREDAI, ISHRE, Institute of Indian Interior Designers, IGBC, FSAI, and IAPME. So friends, make maximum out of it, enjoy today's session, and learn a lot. So let's start today's session with the national anthem. So I would request each and every one of you to kindly rise for national anthem or raise your right hand. So we stand in great honor of our great nation. Can we have a national anthem, please?
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Jai Hind. It always gives you goosebumps whenever we listen to our national anthem. And what better way to start our today's Indian Plumbing Conference on such a great note which gives you a goosebump and it reminds you of your Mother Earth and your Mother Nation. Thank you so much, guys. So our first speaker of the day is convener of our 27th Indian Plumbing Conference. May I please welcome on dais Mr. B.O. Prasanna Kumar. He's chairman of IPA Bangalore chapter, and he will be welcoming all our delegates. He has had an amazing profile, which I would like to read it out to you. Mr. B.O. Prasanna Kumar is a co-founder and joint managing director of Design Tree Service Consultants Private Limited, having corporate offices at Bangalore and branches at Chennai, Hyderabad, Kolkata, and Vijayawada. He has graduated in civil engineering in 1987 from Mysore University, obtained master's degree in environmental engineering at Gulbarga University in 1989. For over 3 decades, he has been carrying out design services like water supply system, sewage network, sewage treatment plants, water treatment plants, solid waste management, stormwater management, swimming pools and filtration plants, industrial piping, etc. He is chairman, Indian Plumbing Association Bangalore chapter, and is individual member of World Plumbing Council. He is representative from IPA for panel CD24 Indian Standard Code of Basic Requirements of Water Supply, Drainage and Sanitation. So without much ado, may I please invite Mr. B.O. Prasanna Kumar to address this august gathering. Mr. Prasanna Kumar, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor, for that small introduction. Thank you very much, and it's very good afternoon, members, delegates, guests, friends from supporting organization. It is a great pleasure and privilege for me to welcome you on behalf of Indian Plumbing Association conference of 27th Plumbing Conference and exhibition in virtual format with the theme of plumbing vital for good health. So that is the theme in which we are starting this conference today. Though the experience of 2020 was hard, but it held many lessons. The profound words of a German philosopher, Friedrich Nietzsche, rings the truth. What does not kill you only make you strong. It's what a statement he made. The 19th COVID pandemic was probably one of the most challenging events of our lifetime, and it is unimaginably changed the way we live. But not all the adjustment and changes brought about by the outbreak were necessarily bad. We eventually do away with the face covering, social distancing, and certain other norms. But the good habits acquired during the time are worth retaining. These good habits help in protecting not only ourselves, but being mindful of about protecting others too, and life has to go on. Let me greet all 5,500 plus IPA members from our 23 chapter across India for this event. We are here in this planet just because of water. Providing the plumbing and gel is more or less synonymous with our building industry and our life. Today, we have with us Jal Shakti Minister, and he has yet to join the meeting, and we will welcome him when he joins, and he has taken out his time to address the conference with his busy schedules. And let me welcome our guest of honor today, Mr. Avinash Mishra ji, advisor Niti Aayog. The Niti Aayog is a public policy think tank of Government of India established in with the aim to achieve sustainable goals. Welcome you, sir. I'm welcoming Madam Naina Lal Kitwai, Chairman, Advent Private Equity India Board. She's also past President FICCI. And we are awaiting to hear your motivational lecture on the topic of water and sanitation, madam. Welcome you. And I welcome Mr. D. Cruz Masalamani, Vice President, Singapore Plumbing Society. We are eager to hear you on advancement of Singapore's water and wastewater technology in your keynote address, sir. welcome you to 27th Indian Plumbing Conference. I also welcome IPA National President Mr. Gurmeet Singh Arora, Vice President IPA Director of WPC Mr. BSA Narayan, Mr. C.S. Gupta, our National Secretary, Mr. Rahul Darpade, Joint Secretary. Welcome you all to this August gathering. I welcome students next, generation next who are willing to understand plumbing and water sanitation from different colleges of engineering and architecture and their faculties. They are overwhelming and to know our conference, and it will really useful for them, and welcome you all. Finally, this scale of conference and exhibition is only possible with the support and wholehearted support and committed support of plumbing industry partner. Thanking you and welcome you all. Today and next 2 days, we will be witnessing power-packed program with eminent speakers from India and abroad. I'm welcoming all the speakers and panelists to share their experience, thoughts, ideas to protect and uphold sanitation and plumbing as vital to global health. The positive response which we have received from our plumbing fraternity of all chapters is greatly appreciated. I am welcoming you one and all to this conference and exhibition. Thank you. Over to Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you so much, Prasanna Kumarji. I think that was a great welcome note, and you have acknowledged all our guests of honors today and all those who are here. Now, this is the time to listen to our National President, Mr. Gurmeet Singh Arora.
Thank you very much, Mihir.
Let me, sir, first introduce you. Of course, you need no introduction. जैसे बोलते हैं कि सूरज को आरसी का क्या, तो I mean आपके लिए कोई introduction की जरूरत नहीं है. फिर भी I will just
no need to do it, Mihir.
Okay.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, Chief. But it's
well. I am a part of the Indian Plumbing Association, and I also am part of the Indian Green Building Council. That's my introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great privilege and pleasure to welcome all of you. Our Honorable Minister Jal Shakti Shri Gajendra Singh Tikawatji will join at 4 o'clock. His timing is, of course, at 4:30. Mr. Avinash Mishra, Advisor, Niti Ayog, and my dear Bhai Saab, Mr. Dikroz Masala Mani from Singapore. He's the Vice President of the Singapore Plumbing Society and has been 16 years in the public utilities, serving in the Public Utilities Board. So certainly he is going to enlighten us on how Singapore treats and reuses its water, which I will speak to you later about. I am deeply indebted to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, for being with us today. IPA is now in its 28th year of existence. We are a not-for-profit making organization, and we boast of a 5,500 strong membership base across every city in India and also outside the country, with 23 main active chapters. We are proud that in 2019 we launched the I Save Water mission and saved well-documented 133 crore liters of water, with a target to save 500 crore liters in 2020. But we had to stop this campaign because of the COVID-19 onslaught, where you require more water for hand washing, for hygiene, for disinfection, and of course, massive water input. So therefore, and there was the lockdown also in the country for 71 days, and we had to stop this campaign. But just by installing aerators, I can tell you, we can save at least 1,000 crore liters of water per year. And that is a tall order, 1,000 crore liters of water saved, because it's not only saving that water, it is also saving on the treatment of water, expensive treatment, and the fact that you have to pump it for treatment and pump it back for reuse. So first important thing is to save at source. We are deeply concerned how we can supply fresh and clean water to our growing population when we have an anomaly of 17% of the world's population, but only 4% of its fresh water. So can you imagine a population of 17% and growing and only 4% fresh water? Now, if we have this anomaly, then we need to really change course. Otherwise, we are not going to have water for our children and their children to come. I remember in my own municipality in Mumbai, we used to get 200 or 210 liters of water per head per day. Now I get 135 liters of water per head per day to a maximum of 5 occupants per flat. And what do I do, ladies and gentlemen? I go and sing under my shower. I think I'm Michael Jackson or I'm any lady actor, a singer. I use my flush, my WC as an ashtray or a dustbin. I water outside my shop with a hose 5 times a day. Why? Because my customers must feel cool when they come into my shop. I clean my car with a hose. I keep the tap on when I soap, I shave, or I wash my hands. Or I brush my teeth, the tap is flowing, and there goes away 30, 40, 50 liters of water. And I have a maid, a washerwoman who comes home, and when she is putting soap on the utensils, the water is flowing and there goes away 200 liters. Now, if my municipal corporation only gives me 135 liters of water per head per day, and I am spending 300 liters and going towards American consumption patterns of 580 liters of water per capita per day, then I have a very serious problem on hand, ladies and gentlemen. We have to make sure how we can save water at source, we can reuse water, and that's what my dear brother Dick Rose is going to speak on about Singapore, how 80% of their water is used by recycled water. Can you imagine flush water, black water is recycled, and when you go to Singapore, I know you'll stop going to Singapore, but when you go to Singapore, you drink that water from the tap or from a bottle called New Water. There are 5 new water plants in Singapore, all supplying you treated gray and black. Black water is your flush water. And it is purified and disinfected to a level which is better than WHO standards. So Dick Rose is going to show us some beautiful films on a new water facility, on desalination, on how they water goes by gravity 55 meters below the ground, even below the metro, which is underground. I think if Singapore can do it, every city can do it in India. You know, the minister has still not joined, so I can tell you this. Delhi's sewage treatment capacity, only 55% is functioning. 45% is not functioning. Can you imagine that if you have STPs, you have sewage treatment facility, and if you are not using that, and then you dump water into the Yamuna and it becomes black. The river is black. You can't even see that water. And I visited Kullu Manali, and I did white river rafting. And that water close to me was a Himalaya plant bottling that water and selling it to you for 100 rupees a liter. And we buy that 100 rupees a liter because we say it's mineral water. And here, that same river, when it touches humankind, it becomes polluted. There is a French astrophysicist which says, man is the most insane species. He worships an invisible God, a God you cannot see, and destroys the visible nature, not knowing that the visible nature you are destroying is actually the God you are worshipping. Because the 5 elements of nature, ladies and gentlemen, Jal, Vayu, Agni, Akash, and Dharti, air, water, the earth, the sun, these are all what give us life. This is your life. You cannot live without the sunlight, you cannot live without the air, you cannot live without water. And we go on destroying these things. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is my earnest request to all of you that I am going to talk in front of the minister. I'm going to come back again and talk about how we can go net zero. We have Joy here today from the Asia Pacific Network. She's the head of Net Zero, representing the World Green Building Council. I belong to the Indian Green Building Council. We are the second largest green building council in the world. We have 94% market share in India, and we are pledged to go net zero by 2030 for new buildings and 2050 for existing buildings, because it's very tough to convert existing buildings on carbon, on energy, on water and waste. And that's where the Indian Plumbing Association comes in, because we will partner with ITBC. We have an MOU with them to go net zero on water and waste. Can you imagine a building, and I've inaugurated many buildings in the ITBC which do not require a municipal corporation line, a municipal corporation connection. I don't need energy. My Hyderabad Green Building Center is net zero positive, net energy positive, I'm sorry. We have solar panels which produce energy from the top and the bottom. So even if I am in the sun shadow region, the sun's rays bounce on the ceiling and with the reflective paint are producing energy even from the bottom of the solar panel. And we have converted that building to net energy positive. We produce more energy than we can consume, and there are 250 employees in the Green Building Center. So it's just a matter of putting your mind together and deciding that we have to design and execute buildings which are net zero on water and waste. Very important, because it's not for you and me, it's for our children and their children to come. It's very, very important, ladies and gentlemen. If we have, and this is documented, you can see it on the internet, you have 17% of the world's population, you have 4% water, fresh water. Now, how are you going to feed? And 65-70% water is required for agriculture. A shortage in water means a shortage in food. Is clear cut. I have spoken to you many times about virtual water. The cell phone is 1 + 60. It's now become old. Cell phone become old in few months. This cell phone takes 2,500 liters to produce. A t-shirt takes 1,500 liters to produce. A glass of milk takes 1,000 liters to produce. Can you imagine a glass of milk, 250 ml, 300 ml, requires 1,000 bottles of water, 1,000 liters to produce. I'm only equating it in the bottle, so you know what is 1,000 liters of water. It's a lot. For every, you need 3,000 liters for a kg of rice, 1,300 liters for a kg of wheat, what we call embedded water. We talk of embodied energy in green buildings, but what about embedded water? Because water is a depleting commodity. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will not speak more because I have reserved my speech for the Jal Shakti Minister. And my only request to all of you as consultants, architects, designers, and builders, Jal hai to kal hai, jal nahi to kal nahi. I've said this many times. Jal bachao, kal bachao. Thank you, Mir. Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Gurmeet ji, for that awareness what you have created for quite a few of our delegates that who are not aware that how judiciously we need to conserve our resources which are depleting day by day. और ये जरूर है कि जल है तो कल है और जल नहीं तो कल नहीं. So absolutely it is imperative for each one of us that we should be judicious in how we utilize our water. We should be judicious how we conserve our nature earth, and we should be judicious that how responsibly we utilize the various kind of resources that are available to us, that we should not be abusing them, but we should be conserving them with rightful impact, that we are leaving something for our next generation. It should not happen that the next generation comes in only with the pandemics, only with scarcity of water, scarcity of electricity, scarcity of even air to breathe, and today we are seeing that. So this is something very important. And ये सब करने के लिए कहाँ ना कहाँ you have to have a skill set. If you don't have the right kind of skill set, you're not going to able to work in the right direction. And let me get in a little bit of inputs from Gurmeet ji as well as B.O. Prasanna Kumar sir on our excellent initiative of Indian Plumbing Association called IPPL, where we ensure that our engineers, our members, they have the right kind of knowledge and they can take the entire society to the next level. Would any one of you would like to throw some light on that?
BOPK, you want to do it? You want me to do it? Prasanna, you're muted.
You
Prasanna, sir, you're
you
muted.
please do it on IPPL. Yeah.
The Indian Plumbing Professional League is a very big program of IPA. Plumbing is a science and is governed by over 1500 pages of codes. We have the Uniform Plumbing Code of India, we have the Uniform Swimming Pool Code, we have the Water Efficiency and Sanitation Standard, we have the Water Efficient Products India Guide, we have the Guide to Good Plumbing Practices in 6 languages, we have the Geothermal, Hydronics and Solar Code. IPPL teaches you about all these codes, about plumbing prescription and how to design plumbing systems. We go through Saturdays and Sundays. We start on the 13th of November this year and we go on till December. Then there are different types of quizzes. There are pictorial quizzes. There are questions from which you can choose the answer. Of course, there's a time limit. And we give you a study break also. And you will be shocked to learn that this is the 4th year of IPPL, that the learnings that we give to the participants, they really come back, learn it on plumbing techniques and plumbing prescription. And then there are lots of prizes to be won through and through. I do not know how many prizes are there, but there are several prizes. Earlier, we used to send people out of the country. The prize was to Europe, to US, to Singapore, or to Dubai. Of course, we are not doing that right now because of the COVID-19 crisis. We'll get back to that also soon. But IPPL 2021 will be launched on 13th/11, and anybody who wants to learn about. Second thing, the plumbing codes have been revised by us. Every comma, full stop and word has been revised and checked in 2008, 2011, 2014 and 2017. Plumbing is evolving. We never thought that we can build buildings net zero. When I spoke to consultants 5 years back about net zero, you know what one consultant told me? Are you mad? Exact words I'm telling you, are you mad? But today we are talking of net zero. Cell phone has become a necessity, a computer, a movie house, everything. We are talking of electric vehicles. Technologies are changing very, very fast, evolving very fast, and adaptation is taking place very fast. So certainly plumbing technologies and science is also changing regularly, and you need to be checking your knowledge on a regular basis. Therefore, it's very important that you need to participate in the Indian Plumbing Professional League. Starting 13th/11, it will be on the IPA website, www.indianplumbing.org. All the details are there. Please do join for IPPL 2021. It will be a delight. And trust me, people who go through the quiz, come back and say, we will be also be showing you later some movies. They say we are delighted with this sort of teaching and then learning through quiz. So please join the IPPL 2021. It will be a delight for your engineers, for you to learn about plumbing. Thank you, Mihir.
Thank you, Gurmeet ji. I would like to get in a little bit of perspective even from B.O. Prasanna, Kumar sir and Mr. C.S. Gupta. You have gone through these professionals who have gone through the IPPL, right? And what kind of confidence they build on and what kind of knowledge they build on when they go through this entire process. If you can throw some light on that, how it is beneficial for the delegates to be part of this. If any one of you can take this question and please throw some light on it. Yes, B.O. Prasanna Kumar sir.
Yeah, we have created a total curriculum which is practical oriented and also which really derive and helping all that architect fraternity as well as engineers fraternity for the exact designs, and all that points are touched and the model calculations are shown. So you can become a little hands-on designer also after doing this IPPL program in depth. So my experience on making this syllabus was really good. A lot of experts has put in their valuable time and their their importance of the many things which are involved in their practice, do's and don'ts. So a lot of things has gone in. So it is a program which is really good to the engineers and who are starting their design aspects into this. Yeah,
Thank you, sir.
CSG. Yeah.
CSG, please, if you could say something, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You see, learning is a never-ending project. Everyone learns throughout his life. So when it comes to plumbing also, the story is the same. The innovation in the product, innovation in the technology, changing, modernization, so many things takes place. So you have to understand not only the product, but also how to install it, how to get efficiency out of that. So IPPL is very important. And when we do it on a yearly basis, we also upgrade it. Not only the course, but even the training or the knowledge sharing is upgraded every year. It has been proven that it is very good for all the type of professionals who are in plumbing. Let it be right from the down the line to a plumber, to an engineer, to a draftsman, or even to an architect or to interior. Because plumbing, without plumbing, you cannot live in a modern city like Delhi or Mumbai or Singapore. So plumbing is very important service as compared to any other service in the building, because plumbing is directly connected to human hygiene, health, environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Gupta Saab. Thank you for throwing that light on such an important initiative taken by Indian Plumbing Association. And I'm very sure with this kind of churning every single year, we'll get better engineers coming out, better technicians coming out, better plumbers coming out, and better, overall the society will grow in the right direction. And जैसे हम बोलते हैं, जल है तो कल है, जल नहीं तो कल नहीं. On that note, let me get in our guest of honor, Mr. Avinash Mishra Saab. Let me give his small introduction. Mr. Avinash Mishra Saab is an advisor in Niti Aayog. He is presently working with Water Resources and Land Resources, IB, Culture, Panchayati Raj, Law and Justice Vertical of Niti Aayog, Government of India. He is having an experience of 33 years of water resources sector. Ladies and gentlemen, 33 long years. We have one of the finest person who understands this subject very well. He is the subject matter expert. His educational qualifications are, he's BV Civil Engineering, MTech Water Resources from IIT Delhi. Mr. Mishra has been working in the national policy planning, formulation, action plans of the country. He's a member of various committees on water resources, including the Committee on Water Resources of Bureau of Indian Standards. He has been associated in various reports and publications, that is report of the Irrigation Task Force, report of groundwater management and ownership, 12th plan document of India relating to water resources sector, report of high-level expert group on water logging in Punjab, roadmap of Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana, to just name a few. Mr. Mishra is also an honorary member of Indian Plumbing Association. So without taking much ado, ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause, let us call our guest of honor for 27th Indian Plumbing Conference, Mr. Avinash Mishra. Ladies and gentlemen, over to Mr. Avinash Mishra.
Good afternoon. I hope that I am audible. I believe that we are all in the time while the climate change and its impact, we all started we all started facing and experiencing. Climate change is caused by excessive greenhouse gas emissions are disrupting the hydrologic cycle, and it's creating a vicious cycle in which higher temperatures, changes in rainfall, low water storage, and water contamination cause environmental consequences that make global warming worse and damage the health of the planet further. Actually, at this juncture, the Indian Plumbing Association and all the stakeholders, those are related to water and water related aspects, they need to pay attention. As we know that around 6% of GDP gets affected severely with the water crisis or water related problems. That could be the waterborne diseases and all other. Now, observation records and climate projections provide abundant evidence that fresh water sources are vulnerable and have the potential to be strongly impacted by climate change with wide-ranging consequences for human societies and ecosystems. As I told you, this is being experienced. We all started experiencing. According to new intergovernmental panel on climate change report, the need for new approach to climate policy is where the water cycle is given a prominent role. The report emphasizes the role of water in climate change and many growing risks we see that are linked to water, from changing rainfall patterns to extreme droughts and floods. Countries must respond urgently to these growing risks and place water at the center of their climate policy. Now, I hope that it's a high time while we should start thinking that what should be the good water governance and in what way the governance and management of water and water resources system should be there. It should be in the digital mode. It should be in an open access, and it should be something governed and in a rationalized manner where we can measure and we can manage. It should move towards that syndrome that the water is amply available in the system. It is not like that. Or water is the gift of God. It should not be like that. We should now really move towards measure, manage system. The role of indigenous knowledge, gender perspective, and a human right-based approach must be ensured so that water governance is more inclusive and effective. Water smart city. We know by 2050, there will be around 2.5 billion more city dwellers in the world. New cities must be planned and existing cities retrofitted to be more resilient to increasingly extreme weather. Buildings should be built with water-efficient construction materials that allow for groundwater infiltration and equipped with energy-efficient sewage and wastewater treatment system. Green zones and green infrastructure acts as a carbon sink, recharge and filter water and buffer against extreme weather. A growing number of cities apply nature-based solutions, including making the protection of wetlands part of city planning. To ensure that urban residents have reliable and adequate access to clean water and safe sanitation, cities will require a lot of innovation, investment with new solutions to reduce, reuse, and recycle water, wastewater resources. There should be integrated landscape management, which should be where the wastewater can be put to use. The efficient management of water system, which is not at present there in our country, we must start. And I think the responsibility on plumbing association is more serious in this nature. How we can really minimize the water use within the housing system, within the office premises, and within the industrial setups. All these are required. How we can really manage the water with the smart meterings, and how we can go for leakage detection and retrieval of those leak-proof system. So that all is very much required. Also, we need water-efficient agriculture. As we know that we are using some 90% of water which is available in this country for the agriculture purposes, which is much more ahead than what our neighbor like China is doing. There's around 65 to 70%, but we are using 90%. As a result, we are stressing the water needs in urban settings. We are stressing the water needs for industrial development. And also, as we know that our economy, where the contribution is coming prominently from service sector, is really seriously affecting the service sector. So that's why it's a high time, while we should see only the smart cities which is there, which are to be planned, but the role of the plumbing and the smart plumbing plays a vital role. We should see how it can happen. Trans-boundary cooperation, that is also very much required. Then water and finance, this is all very much needed, where we should think of in what way actually it should happen and how it should be addressed. All these things are very much required, and I think this is the high time while we should think on these lines. With this, I just want to close my the keynote address and wanted to say that a big responsibility lies on the Indian plumbing and also all related stakeholders, that retrofitting, because most of our the sewerage line and water power supply pipelines, they are all 40 years to beyond. They have already it is that much time they have lived. So that retrofitting is required. The dual pipe system, which is very much needed now, that is all also very much required. The fittings all need to be really put in such a way that the excess water which is flowing, whether it is the cisterns, it should be rationalized, or wherever we are using, everywhere it should be rationalized. This all is required. With this, I hope that we will come out certainly with good suggestions and good recommendations which can be put forth before the policymakers to make the change in the system. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mishra, for that excellent keynote session, and you have started on a great note, sir. May I please invite our National President, Mr. Gurmeet Singh Arora, to kindly offer a token of gratitude to Mr. Avinash Mishra Saab. Gurmeet Saab, over to you.
Thank you so much, Avinash ji. This is my fourth session with you in 1 year. We were just there 2 weeks back in the CII session also. Thank you so much for your inspiring words. Please accept a memento from our side with all our humility. Thank you. Memento will be sent to you later, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Gurmeet Saab. Thank you, Mr. Mishra. That was fantastic start to today's session. And now let me get in our next speaker, who is Mr. Dikroz Masalamani. He will be, he's a Vice President of Singapore Plumbing Association, and he will be giving us our, his keynote address. Mr. Dikroz Masalamani is a licensed plumber in Singapore. He has been in plumbing industry for more than 40 years. He served apprenticeship in Semangong Shipyard for 5 years and worked in Singapore Water Board, Public Utility Board for 16 years before starting his own company. He has vast experience in handling numerous iconic projects in Singapore. And he, as I said, he's a VP of Singapore Plumbing Society. Without much ado, let me invite on dais Mr. Dikroz Masalamani to kindly address this August gathering. Mr. Dikroz, over to you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gajendra Singh, Mr. Avinash Mishra, ladies and gentlemen. I'm definitely honored to be here on this platform to share Singapore management and arrangement of water resources in the midst of climate condition and energy saving. Please let me introduce myself before going ahead with my presentation. My name is Dikroz Masalamani. I'm the Executive Director for JD Waters, licensed plumber in Singapore since 1998, former PUB employee for 13 years, that is the Government Department of Water Board, and Singapore Plumbing Society Vice President. The agenda for this evening sharing is innovation in water. So the first thing is management of water service in Singapore PUB, types of water sources and technology, deep tunnel sewerage system. Management of water service in Singapore PUB. Public Utilities Board, PUB, is a statutory board of Ministry of Sustainability and Environmental. It is responsible to uphold efficient water supply in Singapore. PUB regulates and oversees the country's entire water supply system, which involves in the following: water catchment system, drainage system, waterworks, water reclamation plant, and sewage system. The nation demand for water is about 400 million imperial gallon per day in household and non-domestic sector consumption. Next, we will view a short introduction video on PUB.
Catchment is one of Singapore's 4 water sources. 17 reservoirs and a network of drains and canals capture every drop of rain that falls on 2/3 of Singapore. This makes Singapore one of the few countries in the world to harvest urban stormwater on a large scale for its water supply. One such example Marina Barrage to separate the bay from the sea. By keeping out tidal influence, the barrage provides flood control for low-lying city areas. The calm water also allows for recreational activities. Singapore continues to import water from Johor under an agreement that will last till 2061. Through advanced membrane technologies, we can now recycle every drop of water we use. New water is produced by putting treated used water through a stringent 3-step process, making it ultra clean and safe to drink. Key to new water production is the deep tunnel sewerage system. This superhighway collects used water for recycling and treatment into new water. Used mainly by industries, new water can currently meet up to 30% of Singapore's total water demand. New water is projected to meet up to 55% of our future water demand by 2060. Singapore also taps on water from the sea through desalination. By 2060, desalinated water will be able to meet up to 30% of our future water demand. Both new water and desalinated water have allowed Singapore to be more resilient to weather variability, making the nation more water sustainable. Beyond ensuring an adequate supply, it is important to manage water demand. To facilitate water conservation, measures such as labeling schemes and water efficiency certification programs are in place. This is where industries and communities can come together to make every drop count. To keep the catchment and our waters clean, we inspire the community to bond with water. At the heart of this vision is the active, beautiful, Clean Waters program. This transforms our waterways and reservoirs into beautiful streams, rivers and lakes, creating new community spaces buzzing with life. In the international arena, the Singapore International Water Week brings the global community together to share and co-create innovative water solutions. In less than a lifetime, Singapore has turned its vulnerability into a strength. Today, we are recognized as a model city for integrated water management. As the city-state grows, we will continue to ensure enough water for all users, for industries, for life, and for generations to come.
राहुल सचदेवा की फोटो प्रोफाइल भेजा आपने मुझे?
Nivedita, can you mute yourself, please?
So that was a short video clip for water management. So now we shall touch on the type of water sources in Singapore. So in Singapore, we don't rely on one source. We have 4 types. So one is the local catchment, reservoirs, imported water, new water, desalinated water. The first step, we call it local catchment reservoir. Rainfall that falls on 2/3 of Singapore's land area is channeled through a network of rivers, canals, drains to our 17 reservoirs. It is then treated for drinking water. Singapore's main reservoir is the iconic Marina Barrage. It is the Singapore 15th reservoir and the first reservoir in city. Marina catchment is an island-like most urbanized catchment. Marina Barrage brings about 3 benefits: a source of water supply, flood control, and venue for lifestyle. And just out of this topic, I'd like to share, this is a dream of our former Prime Minister, Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, that he wants to have a reservoir in the city. So his dreams comes true. So we Singaporeans are proud of that. And the following video clip is on Marina Barrage success story.
The Marina Barrage, as we see today, right, is such a wonderful and successful story. The idea of the Marina Barrage started when then Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew gave the vision, right, in 1987 to create a reservoir by damming up the Marina Channel. To be able to build the barrage, right, in the middle of the sea is a huge challenge, because then you have to make sure that you build a coffer dam that is strong enough to prevent the seawater from going into the construction area.
The Marina Barrage is firstly a flood control facility. So there is a team of operators working round the clock to monitor the weather changes, the reservoir level and the seawater level in order to operate the barrage gates and the drainage pumps in a timely manner. It is important that the barrage gates and the drainage pumps are operated in a timely manner so that low-lying areas such as Chinatown and Rochor areas and Geylang are not flooded when there is heavy rain coinciding with a very high tide. Secondly, the Marina Barrage or the Marina Reservoir supplies raw water for our water supply needs. It is important to monitor and ensure its good water quality.
And that was a video clip about our reservoir, the iconic reservoir. Just to share with you, fellow members, if you are Singapore, you must visit this reservoir. It's an icon reservoir. And now I shall talk about imported water. This imported water is from our neighboring country, that is Johor, Malaysia. Under the 1962 water agreement, Singapore can draw up to 250 million gallons of water a day from Johor River. This 250 million gallon is equivalent to 3 to 4 water treatment plants in Singapore. And Singapore government has also spent a couple of millions in these Johor River waterworks by upgrading the plant, building new reservoirs, and etc. The 1962 agreement will expire in 2061. And now we shall come to a very important topic that our country is proud of, is new water. New water process, recycle our treated used water into ultra clean, high-grade reclaimed water. Today, there are 5 new water plants supplying up to 40% of Singapore's current water needs. By year 2060, the new water is expected to meet to 55% of Singapore's future water demand. And my Vice Mr. Singh was sharing, the new water about Singapore. We are very proud and we like to share this knowledge with India, where this new water we are using for non-potable, like for washing, for fire system, power station, shipyard, ship washing. So when we use this new water for non-potable, so the potable water amount is more for our nation to be used. Journey of new water. In 1998, PUB set up a team to test the latest proven membrane technology used in water reclamation for potable purpose. 2 years later, it commissioned a plant that could produce up to 10,000 cubic meter daily. In 2003, new water was launched to Singapore public with the opening of the first 2 new water plants. Talking about new water technology, it consists of 3 stages. It's a very simple treatment process. Stage 1 is microfiltration. Stage 2 is reverse osmosis. Stage 3 is UV disinfection. We can see the technology of new water in the following video clip.
New Water is a Singapore success story that exemplifies our determination in turning challenges into opportunities. This ultra-clean, high-grade reclaimed water is a key innovation in Singapore's water story. New Water is a weather-resilient water source that cushions our water supply against dry weather. While mainly used for industrial and air cooling purposes, a small amount of new water is also used to top up our raw water reservoirs when required. The biggest users of new water are wafer fabrication plants, which require stringent water quality. This is a strong testimony of its high quality and reliability. New Water has passed more than 130,000 scientific tests and is well within the World Health Organization's guidelines. To produce new water, used water is first treated at water reclamation plants. The treated used water will then be sent to a new water plant where it undergoes a rigorous 3-stage process for further purification into new water. At the first stage, microfiltration removes suspended solids, minute particles, bacteria, and viruses. The second stage involves a process known as reverse osmosis. In this process, a semi-permeable membrane with very small pores filter the water so that only water molecules can pass through. After these processes, the water is already of high quality. In the final stage, ultraviolet disinfection is used as an additional barrier to ensure the safety of the product water. The New Water success story goes beyond technology. PUB recognized that public acceptance and confidence would be key for the project to succeed. Before the introduction of New Water, PUB embarked on a public engagement campaign to educate the public on the stringent production process and assure them that new water is safe to drink. It did so by engaging its stakeholders, such as grassroots leaders, water experts, businesses, schools, and the general public. This is achieved through various media and community engagement programs. The establishment of the New Water Visitor Centre, a state-of-the-art water museum with interactive tours and educational workshops, further ensured continued public understanding and support. In 2002, an independent poll indicated that 98% of respondents would drink new water. This showed an overwhelming level of acceptance for new water. The value of new water lies in its capability to strengthen Singapore's water supply resilience. Thanks to strong political will and continual investments in water research and development, new water has today become a pillar of Singapore's water sustainability.
So just to share a bit on this new water can be very helpful to our Indian nations, because the one who are working on this project, the new water projects in Singapore, are our Indian boys, are the engineers, consultants, and the workers who have made this project successful. So now we'll go to the fourth tab, that is the desalinated water. Currently, we have 4 desalination plants. One more desalination plant will be ready by 2021. Singapore currently uses reverse osmosis for its desalination. This process produces pure drinking water by pushing seawater through membranes to remove dissolved salt and minerals. With the desalination technology, Singapore has a combined capacity of 160 million gallons of water a day. So I shall show a video clip on the desalination plant.
Desalination is an important pillar of Singapore's water supply system. Like new water, it is a weather-independent source and strengthens the drought resilience of our water system. Desalinated water is expected to meet up to 30% of Singapore's future water demand by 2060. Built in the west of Singapore, Tuas Desalination Plant brings Singapore a step closer towards its water supply goals.
Tuas Desalination Plant will help us further expand Singapore's water supply system to meet the growing demand in a reliable manner. The plant can produce 136,000 cubic meters or 30 million gallons of drinking water daily. That is equivalent to 54 Olympic-sized swimming pools of drinking water each day.
The plant draws seawater from the western straits of Johor. Underwater pipelines 2.2 meters in diameter had to be constructed to extract the seawater. Using cranes mounted on sea barges, segments of the pipeline were firstly lowered into position before they are joined in place by divers. The pipelines are connected to 5 high-capacity pumps. Each of the pumps is capable of extracting 3,250 cubic meters of seawater per hour. Several screens are also installed to remove debris and large suspended particles from the seawater before it is sent for pretreatment.
Through the use of dissolved air filtration and ultrafiltration, the pretreatment process conditions the seawater before it's treated by the reverse osmosis system. This helps to prevent membrane fouling and preserve the lifespan of reverse osmosis membranes.
The low-pressure ultrafiltration membranes are able to remove suspended solids of up to 0.01 microns. This is 10,000 times smaller than the size of human hair. After pretreatment, the water undergoes reverse osmosis, the heart of the desalination process.
Tuas Desalination Plant is equipped with over 14,000 reverse osmosis membranes. The semi-permeable membranes remove salt content of up to 35,000 parts per million. This is equivalent to 30 grams of salt per liter of water. At Tuas Desalination Plant, the pre-treated seawater undergoes a 2-pass process to ensure a higher quality permeate.
During the reverse osmosis process, the feed water is pumped into the membranes at high pressure. The larger salt particles are trapped by the membranes, and only freshwater particles are allowed to pass through. The product water from the reverse osmosis process is disinfected with sodium hydrochloride. and remineralized with carbon dioxide and lime to meet World Health Organization's guidelines for drinking water quality before it is distributed to homes and industries. Tuas Desalination Plant is an integral part of Singapore's water supply. It is not only energy efficient, but also able to meet PUB's stringent water quality requirements. With over 2,400 instruments that are controlled by a centralized SCADA system and the latest plant automation and control technology, this plant is truly a state-of-the-art plant, Tuas Desalination Plant, contributing to Singapore's water sustainability, securing Singapore's water future.
I hope you all saw the video clip on the desalination. Just to share something good about India, a lot of our equipment in this plant, example the penstock, stop block, the GR pipes was from India. So we have to thank India on this support to make this plant successful. Now we have seen the water sources of Singapore. I would like to share an interesting infrastructure on sewage system. Deep Tunnel Sewage System. DTSS is a massive integrated project being developed by PUB. To meet the island country long-term clean water needs through the collection, treatment, reclamation, and disposal of used water from industry and homes. DTSS involves a network of linked sewer leading to two major tunnels. Phase 1 and Phase 2, with three large WRP at the northern, eastern, western end of Singapore. We have two phases, that is Phase 1 and Phase 2, this DTSS Phase 1. The first phase of DTSS project was completed in 2008. It comprised of a deep tunnel system running 48 km long to channel the flow of water from the existing gravity sewer, WRP in the east and WRP in the north. The plant is capable of treating 900,000 cubic meter of used water per day to international standard. And DTSS Phase 2, the construction was started in 2017 and expected to complete by 2025. The DTSS Phase 2 will extend the tunnel system to west of Singapore through 30 km long South Tunnel, 70 km link sewer, the Tuas WRP, and 12 km depth sea outfall. Domestic used water will be treated at 650,000 meter cube a day, and then further purified to new water. While industrial used water will be treated at 150,000 meter cube a day and sent back to industrial use. And in conclusion, I wish to share that Singapore management and arrangement of water source is based on current weather, climate, and energy savings and condition. In dry weather, the deep plant draws water from the sea to produce desalination water. When it rains, the plant will instead use rainwater collected in the water catchment to produce potable water. You can check the following links for more details information about water technology in Singapore. And now I come to the end of the sharing. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Minister, professionals, and fellow members of the Indian Plumbing Association. I take this opportunity to thank again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeCruz. That was a fantastic presentation.
Thank you.
And may I please invite Mr. Vio Prasanna Kumar to kindly offer a token of our gratitude to Mr. DeCruz.
Thank you, Mir. DeCruz, it's a really wonderful presentation on converting your vulnerability into strength, your vision of achieving water stability, water sustainability is really amazing. And Indian cities has to follow this. And now, when the cost of water becomes equal to petrol, we understand the rate of water. So today we are thinking it's all free of cost, and we are really misusing the things. It's a wonderful presentation, Mr. DeCruz. Thank you. It is indeed good information to all our state governments. Mr. DeCruz is a token of our appreciation and a momentum.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And let me get in our national president before we have our minister here, and who can guide us, and he can speak about today's conference.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I had broken up my speech because I wanted to have it in front of the minister, because we have to partner with the Jal Shakti Ministry if we have to make India water positive. The minister's speech was scheduled for 4:30. It seems the minister is just going to join for the speech at 4:30, but anyway, we will carry on. The show must go on. Ladies and gentlemen, as I told you, we are very deeply concerned about the water crisis in India. 21 cities are going to become dry. Your IT capital of the world, not of India. We have to dig 800 meters to touch the water table. In Chennai, we have to go down 400 to 500 meters. Now, if we are going to keep on removing fossil water and removing water again and again without refilling the aquifers or without filling back or increasing the water table, then we are going to get into water bankruptcy. You cannot keep on taking out money from your bank without putting in money in the first place. It's only when you put in money can you take out money. So it's very, very important. We right now are fortunate to have good rains in our country. The Almighty gives us free water, but we only rainwater harvest 10% of our rains. 90% goes back to the streams, the rivers, the lakes, which are already polluted, and your fresh water also becomes polluted. You won't believe me, but as he said, DeCruz said, in Singapore, 40% of the water is fed by desalination, 40% now by new water. Those films are very old, which says 30%. Right now, 80% of the water in Singapore comes from treated water. So you can imagine where there's a will, there's a way. If Singapore can do it, why can't every city in India? The IPA is very proud of its relationship with the International Association of Plumbing and Mechanical Officials, USA, where we are having this relationship since 2007. And as I said earlier, codes are revised every 3 years. The Uniform Illustrated Plumbing Code India, the Water Efficient Products India Guide. If you implement that code, you hardly spend any money, but you save 35-40% water without compromising on the comfort of the user. We have a water efficiency and sanitation standard, B-stand. We have a uniform swimming pool code, uniform solar hydronics and geothermal code, right to good plumbing practices in 6 languages, post-COVID guidelines still available to you. And of course, the Indian Plumbing Today magazine, a monthly magazine which goes to each and every member. The print order is more than 6,000. And it's a technical magazine, publishes technical articles from all over the world. In fact, I would request Mr. DeCruz to also publish an article there on how Singapore's water supply system or on the new water or whatever he feels like. Ladies and gentlemen, a depletion in water supply means a reduction in human health because 70% of the communicable disease, including typhoid, cholera, leptospirosis, ambeiosis, and diarrhea, is transmitted through bad quality of water. Incidentally, diarrhea takes away 3,000 children every day. It is taking away more lives than AIDS, cancer, and even COVID-19 now. So it's very, very important that today's topic, plumbing vital to good health, is of great importance, and I urge all of you to attend each and every session. We have some fantastic speakers from around the globe and from India. No doubt, ladies and gentlemen, a plumbing engineer is called a public health engineer, PHE. The engineering degree for plumbing is public health engineering because he is a water doctor. He protects the health of millions. You may not believe me, but a public health engineer a plumber in Germany earns more than even a medical doctor. So there are certainly advantages of coming into the plumbing trade. There is a big opportunity which I'm going to speak to you after some time. I have a wish list for the minister. Of course, he's not there, but we are going to ask them to mandate individual metering of all projects, whether commercial, residential, or even industrial. Even industrial metering takes place in a lot of the places. In my factory, 100 kilometers from here, my office in the city, both places the water meters don't work. Nobody comes and checks, nobody replaces the water meter, billing is done on an average. Is that correct? If I am consuming more water, I must be charged, and I must be charged at a certain price of what the price of water is. It's a political issue. Water is nearly free in our country, as Mr. Prasanna Kumar said. What if water was priced as fuel? Like Saudi Arabia, petrol is cheaper than water, and you pay for that water. We have to work with the agricultural ministry to ensure the apt use of water and implement technologies like drip irrigation. If Israel can do it from an arid desert country to becoming food positive, why can't we do it? To mandate rainwater harvesting in all our buildings, to mandate water treatment of both grey and black water and reuse it for flushing, cooling towers, gardening, construction, external washing, to disallow any wastewater from industrial, residential, or commercial establishments to be discharged into any of our freshwater bodies, to mandate low-flow fixtures, sanitary ware, dual flushing system, waterless urinals, wherever feasible, because they are not feasible in all projects. For example, in public projects where the initial waterless urinals are used and not all, you don't change the blue seal, they start smelling. So wherever they are feasible, low-flow clothes and dishwashers as per IPA's water-efficient products India Code 2017, thereby saving 35-40% water without compromising on the comfort of the user. Also, what we need, if you see, the Bureau of Energy Efficiency has done a wonderful job in our country. They have made air conditioner star rating more and more stringent over the last 5 years, and the energy efficiency has increased by 35%. That means an air conditioner, what I bought 5 years back and what I buy today, today's air conditioner, because of inverter technology, uses 35% less energy. We need a Bureau of Water Efficiency in this country, and all fixture units, sanitary ware, clothes and dishwashers must have a star rating, single star, double star, or 3-star, to qualify it for water efficiency. And public, you have to have a public awareness campaign so that the demand takes place for these products. Bureau of Energy Efficiency went through a public awareness campaign for bulbs, for transformers, for all electrical appliances, where now you only buy an appliance which is energy efficient. We're also looking at mandating all tubs and flush walls in residences and hotels, and they can only be used in spas or hydrotherapy treatment parlors. We will work, ladies and gentlemen, with the Ministry of Jal Shakti to see how we can make India water positive. We are fully committed to the green building movement in the country, and we have signed an MOU, as I said earlier, with the CII IGBC. IGBC is the second largest green building council in the world, and they have embarked on a very big mission on net zero carbon net zero energy, net zero water and waste. Now we coming for net zero water and waste, okay, because we are the water doctors. We have 4 pillars basically to achieve. The first pillar, most important pillar in our country, is education and awareness. Nobody is aware of how much water he uses. Nobody is aware that even a drop of water leads to hundreds of liters per day. Even one drop leakage. People think, what's it? It's a drop. One drop is leaking at a time. But even one drop can lead to a few hundred liters in a day. Nobody is aware what low flow or high flow is. People say, you install aerators. In my own building, we install aerators. And in our own family, they say, water's not coming. We can't get used to it. After some time, you get used to it with low flow and you live with that. So the first pillar, very important, is education and awareness. The second pillar is rainwater harvesting. When you have free water given by the Almighty, why don't you harvest it? We have advocate rain. Third pillar is the treatment of all wastewater, both black and grey, and its reuse. And the fourth pillar is the use of low-flow fixtures, sanitary ware, clothes, and dishwashers. So based on these 4 pillars, we are committed to go net zero by 2030 for all new buildings. That's only 9 years from now, so it's a very big task for the IPA. And by 2050 for all existing buildings. And I am going to make sure we mandate this. So ladies and gentlemen, consultants, architects, you have to make sure we go net zero in future. It's for our children and their children, not for anybody else. Very ambitious plan. I am deeply indebted today to Mr. Harshvardhan Patodia, National President of CREDAI. CREDAI has over 13,000 developers as members. Architect Ravindra Kumar, Architect JP Agarwal, Dr. Rajesh Biniwala, Senior Principal Scientist and Head NEERI, Mrs. Joy Esther Guy Giazi from the World Green Building Council, and Mrs. Naina Lal Kidwai, past President FICCI and past Chairman HSBC, to be amongst the elite speakers today. We have many more speakers. I apologize, I can't take everybody's name, but we have some very interesting topics with climate change and water, water and sanitation, net zero water, education and awareness, along with the motivational address, which you must hear today from Naina Lalji. I'm telling you, he will leave you floored. We also have a Jal Tarang Fusion Music concert tomorrow, and he's trying to do this with the sound of water. So it's going to be very interesting. Please attend the Jal Tarang. Of course, there are a lot of prizes to be won. Every session has a lucky draw, and only if you're there, you get the prize. So make sure you're there for the session to get the lucky draw and to participate in the lucky draw. Ladies and gentlemen, again, I repeat, we are a great nation, and it is our responsibility to make sure that we make Bharat water positive. Thank you very much. Thank you. Mihir, the minister's PS has said that his flight got delayed, and further his chopper now is traveling by road.
Okay.
He is Arunachal Pradesh in the hilly area, and he is 25 kilometers away. So he will not be joining us before 30-40 minutes. So I think if you can carry on with the panel discussion.
We'll start with the next session, and I think whenever he joins in, I think we can start with that. Does it make sense?
In fact, his birthday is on 3rd October, 10 days from now. I wanted to wish him a happy birthday in advance, but anyway, we'll do it later.
Right. Absolutely perfect, sir. So then we'll start with the next session, and then I think whenever he joins in, we will take it forward from there.
The problem is the next session was at 5 o'clock, so I don't know whether the participants have joined. That is also a problem. Now let's see. Anyway.
Absolutely fine. So
Atway is joining in another 20 minutes. He is on the way to office. He was in Mumbai actually.
And the rest? What about the rest of the participants?
I'm there.
Okay.
And I'm not aware about Patodia sir. Malika is there.
See, we have Mr. Patodia, Architect Ravindra Kumar, Mr. Sharad Rao, Mr. Ramesh Balega, Mr. Hemant Watwe, Dr. Shirish Pankaj, and Mukesh Asizaji. I don't know how many are there, Sharad.
At least I can see two on my screen.
Mukeshi, would you like to start with the next session?
Or would you like me to conduct a small panel discussion till 5 o'clock?
Yeah, we can actually do that. We can actually do that.
Okay. Mr. Sharad Rao.
Yeah.
You have been a leading plumbing consultant from the last, I think, 40 years, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, you're right, sir.
Absolutely. From Muscat to Bombay, you were also in charge of the neighboring building, Petit Hall, when you were with Shah Construction before that. So you have a wide experience. What do you feel? Can India go net positive? It's a very ambitious plan what I spoke of. Can we go net water? Can we go net zero water?
Thank you, President. In fact, net positive should be the buzzword. We don't have any other alternative but to go net positive, because each and everything points to a position wherein water is going to be the commodity which is going to be the most scarce. And thankfully, by God's will, this is one resource which is renewable. Water is definitely renewable. And scarcity of water triggers of many calamities in this country, not only here, all over the world. So we are left with no choice but to go positive, net positive. And up to now, we were on the mantra that if you go for zero discharge, that would be sufficient. But no, that is not going to be sufficient, because for the simple reason that our need for water is going to grow multifold. We will conserve water, we will reduce water at the source, everything done, still you are going to fall short. And there is no way to compensate but to go net positive.
But Sharad, don't you think this is a big challenge, especially in buildings which are already constructed where you have no space for water treatment, STP, or even phytoremediation, which takes more space, or UV, and no space for rainwater harvesting? Then you need to store both the treated and the untreated water separately, because we're not treating to a level of real potability. We're treating it for flushing or gardening or cooling showers. So this is a big challenge where our urban centers have already been built.
Yes, it is a challenge for retrofit applications. But we are going to grow as a country in the next 2 decades by leaps and bounds. And perhaps we will be one of the most challenging economies in the world in another 2 decades. And I don't think this progress, our population explosion, can be stopped, because science is going to develop. We are lacking in it, but we are catching up. As science develops, mankind develops, the urbanization goes up. So there will be a lot of rural migration. Today, the rural migration is to the extent of what it was 10%, 20%, has gone up to 40%, but it could go very fast within about a decade or more to almost 60%. So once you realize that it is getting so urbanized, so the demand for water is going to go and increase to a great extent.
Thank you.
Retrofit building, yes, it is a challenge, but even if you can do something for our future, all the future buildings also you can arrest the use of it. You can, one of the most biggest challenge, I come from Bombay. We know that we get excellent quality water at our taps. Perhaps one of the best we can compete with any country in the world as far as the quality of water, except for a few days during the monsoon when things can go a little more turbulent. But otherwise we get excellent water. But the scarcity, this water is not able to reach almost nearly 50% of the population. The other 50% or 40% of the population are not valuing this water at all. So even if the existing buildings begin to value their source of water, you even indirectly, I would say, even if you start using your air conditioning lesser, even if you start consuming lesser electricity, all these things are because everything on this has a bearing on water. Because you bring the tree, it will everything, the roots of that is water. Water begins, if you are water positive, if you have enough water, your GDP is going to go skyrocketingly high. Health is going to improve. As you correctly said, water is nothing but public health. It is more than a doctor's medicine. You get water, 50% of our woes on the health sector will be solved by itself.
My friend, Mr. Sanjay Batla from Medicity Medanta Hospitals is there. Sanjay ji, can you put your camera on, please? Mr. Sanjay Batra, are you there? Can you hear me? Okay, we'll come back to Sanjay ji later. Mr. Ramesh Balega, as we go net zero on water, what about the manufacturers who are producing water guzzling fixtures and tanks which use 12 liters and earlier 17 liters flush tanks? What do we do? How do we transform the industry to meet up with the demand? Because it's like electric vehicles, and I am in charge of renovation in my building also, and somebody comes to me and says, I'm buying an electrical vehicle, will you give me a charging point? So it's a challenge now where suddenly the requirement of electricity is going to go drastically high. So same way, how do you feel, can we meet the demand? Because I'm only talking of 9 years from now.
I think, President, it is possible. There are some very important factors which we are working on in India. One of the important factor is, you were earlier talking about water saving through aerators and flushes, and I think we are talking about the technology which has come in. In fact, that is one of the discussion which I wanted to have in the panel. So I will cut it off there now. Again later, but I think we are working on certain products which is definitely going to save water in real sense. And when I mean saving sense, it's not only through the aerators which we are talking about, but we are almost in the final stages of creating as a touchless tap. And I think in my panel discussion, that will be a very interesting subject which I'm going to touch upon. Yes, I agree with you. I think during this pandemic, I think we have lost a lot of water. The whole plan of saving water has gone by at least 6-7 months. But I think every citizen has understood the cost of water. Now, you asked me the showers which were earlier. We were using it about 18.5 liters to 20 liters, and sometimes we have gone up to 23.5 liters per minute. Yeah. Now we have devised, we have manufactured certain devices which can give you about 13.5 liters per minute. Wow. Now we are working on something which is giving a results of about 10 liters per minute, which is going to be a big saving in terms of water saving, even after using a rain shower. And that's what we are working on. And we are, of course, there's a long way to go in terms of educating people, I think, to save water. We have been doing this exercise. I think you yourself is a part of that great exercise, what we are doing all over India. But as a manufacturer, I'm looking at two things. One is not only as water saving, but I'm also looking at the energy saving part. Because when we talk about touchless, we talk about either power operated, AC operated, or we are talking about a battery operated. So I think I'll give you a solution in my next panel discussion. I think there's a possibility. You are 9 years. I think we should get it down to 6 years. Something which all of us put efforts together it will be quite possible from our side.
Thank you, Mr. Ramesh. Thank you. I will come to Mr. Mukesh Asija ji, a leading plumbing consultant from Delhi. He's looking very handsome in his IPA tie. Yesterday he asked me, do I need to wear this tie? And I said, you have to anyway. So, Mukesh ji, Delhi has mushroomed into Ghaziabad, Faridabad on one side. On the other side, Gurgaon, Racecourse Road is like really developing like a concrete jungle, as we know, and going beyond, say, up to Manesar. Now, what do you feel about the sewage water treatment? Do you feel we need a decentralized sewage water treatment system,
Yes.
DWATS, or we need centralized water treatment system?
No, we should switch over to decentralized system because we have to reuse the water which has been treated. So why to take the consume energy in transporting that water up to the treatment plant, which is miles away, and then transporting back the treated water back to the point of consumption. And the technology of sewage treatment plant has now developed to a great extent. You can have it in your neighborhood parks also. So that, it will have multiple benefits. First thing is the depth of your sewer lines will reduce like anything. So that means you are not excavating deep. Deep excavation leads to so many other kind of problems. If you see the tunnels which have been dug for the metro, of course, it is serving the city in some other way, but it has created a chaotic situation in certain areas. In like Dwarka, there is now a lot of water logging problem because of the metro tunnel. The underwater the under soil streams, they have got obstructed. So my take is, let's go decentralized on the sewage treatment plant.
Right, sir. Mr. B.O. Prasanna Kumar, you come from the IT capital of the world, but also one of the bankrupt cities as far as water is concerned. What are your suggestions to make Bengaluru water positive?
Yeah, I just take the discussion a little more pragmatic from Mr. Mukesh Asrija. See, decentralized and centralized, it all depends upon the city is newly built up or built city you are doing the services. So one the saying is, where there is a will, there is a way always. So you just need to adopt that. The another saying is also there. We have no other option for this water, plan A or plan B. So Earth is having water. No other planet is having water. So there is no plan B for us. So whatever you save in terms of the conservation of water, the treatment, recycle, reuse of water is always best. So keeping that in mind, we also need to see the nexus between the water and energy. If the far you take the sewage as a centralized treatment plant, you will going to save water, but you will end up in spending energy. So these nexus are there. So to break all these nexus and use that water where water is being spoiled, made water into the sewage, treat it only, use it into the communities. So where in a residential community you have now anyway it is becoming a very mandatory onto the new development, new campus, new housing colonies to have their own centralized treatment plant, which is decentralized to a city, and they treat their water up to the standard of using it for flushing, using in garden. All are doing that. But in a cities we have another challenge also. In a residential where we are doing a campus having about 120 acres, every day after treating, they will going to get about 10 lakh liters of water in excess. What are we doing? These questions are still unanswered. In a integrated cities, integrated campus where you have residential, commercial, and all other facilities, you can make use of entire water, treated water in one or the other form. The integrated, this one from the decentralized plant, you treat it up to the extent which can be used for the air conditioning. So it is all tending towards the net zero. Rather, it is no longer. It may be in the next decades. We need to forget net zero. It should be a net positive, as Mr. Sharath Rao indicated. It is net positive because water is not a infinite resource. It is a finite resource. Why our underground reservoirs are closing? Because we are drilling indiscriminate boring of drilling the bores and extracting the water, using that water. Where is that water cycle is going? Because it is not a infinite thing. It is a finite thing. So, and more than that, our population is growing. If we are not considering in a Singapore way, we literally cry for water. They used all their, their requirement of meeting the water requirement through different methods, desalination, the deep tunnel sewerage system to catch that water and use that water into non-potable purposes. These are the order of the day. We just need not to reinvent the wheel and again and again. Singapore has created a model and a successful model. From Mr. D. Cruz's presentation, I can make out they are testing up to 130,000 parameters to see that it is not affecting the whole population. So these are all now, and all that water treatment is connected to the SCADA system. Our fellow consultant can understand that SCADA system will, operate all that parameter in a very integrated way. So these new technologies we need to take in mind and make it a decentralized. Decentralized will not burdening anybody except the users in that same campus. This is my take.
Right. I will now go to Mr. Milind Shetty. Milind, are you there? Milind? The problem is that when somebody has his camera off, you don't know whether he's there or not there. Milind, are you there?
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. Milind. So you are a leading consultant functioning from Nasik.
Yeah.
What is your experience with the building community? Because even hotels today are owned by builders. There are no more chains like only Taj and Oberoi and some other chains in the country. Even Marriott's and Novotels and Ibis are also owned by some builder or a Marriott. So what is your experience? Do builders propagate water saving because there may be an additional cost on water treatment, on rainwater harvesting, initial install cost, and the builder says, I don't benefit from it because I have to sell the building to somebody else. So there are not many responsible builders like a DLF or a Brookfield or a Hirnandani, which have installed dual flushing systems way back 20 years back, So what is your experience in dealing with builders? Are we able to sell this to them, that there is no water for tomorrow and it is our responsibility?
Yeah. Very relevant and a very nice question, Gurviji. Firstly, gone are the days when the builders were not very keen to install all these things. First, very important thing which I feel is that nowadays the regulations, the AHJs, most of the AHJs, the Unified DCPR itself specifies the need to have the sewage treatment plants and the solar water, whatever energy and water conservation systems to be installed. So first is it is mandated, it is must as per the bylaws. Secondly, over and above, I have seen many builders who are voluntary. Once you can make the things compulsory once or twice, but when you reap the benefits, this has happened in this case that now every builder is installing a solar water heater. Every builder is thinking of having low flow fixtures because anyways getting water and supplying water to the large communities which are now coming up is a real challenge, and saving water by 30 to 40% really saves a lot on their infrastructure as well as their running costs. So I think I have a very good experience as far as this is concerned. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you. Mihir, is everybody there for the next panel discussion? Because we are already at 4:54.
Yes, before that, we would be, Gaurav, can I please request you to play the IPPL promotional video, please? And then till then, I would request Mukeshji, we can gather the panel and we can take it forward, please. Friends, may I please request all of you to participate in large number in this year's IPPL. This way, we will be able to take our society to the greater level and make it a much more, we will be able to comprehend the situations much better once we have a more skilled people coming in. So, as we are forced for this particular change and wait for the minister, I think our inaugural session is not going to end, but we are just taking a little break and moving on to the next session, which is a fantastic, panel discussion, which is going to happen on climate change and water. And we have excellent moderator, Mr. Mukesh Asija. He's a principal consultant and MD of Cream Engineering Services, who's going to lead this entire panel and let us come up with something, which is going to really take it, more fruitful, and we can take it forward in a right manner. So, Mr. Mukesh Asija is a principal consultant and managing director of Cream Engineering Services Private Limited, a MEP Building Services Design Consultancy established in 1985. He graduated from BITS Pilani in 1979 with a degree in civil engineering and did his master's degree in civil engineering from the University of Delhi in 1981. He has worked in India and abroad with reputed consultancy practices. His project experience spans designing and coordinating engineering services for townships and build developments in residential, commercial, institutional, and hospitality. Mr. Mukesh Asija is a chapter chairman of IPA Delhi chapter, and without much ado, let me get on the dais Mr. Mukesh Asija to head this panel as a moderator and introduce all the panelists. Mukeshji, over to you.
Thanks, Mayor, for the introduction. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the first panel discussion of 27th IPC. The theme of this 27th edition, the theme of this panel discussion is plumbing vital for health. But thankfully, the organizers have given kept three different flavors for the 3 days of the conference. And today's flavor is climate and water. There were times when this earth was not populated to the extent as it is today. And the per person allocation of natural resources were quite high, many times what they are today, if we take the case of land mass per person, water availability per person, air availability per person. So there was no requirement of plumbing either for bringing safe water supply to our doorstep or taking away the used and contaminated water away from us. Mother Nature was doing the feeding as well as the nappy changing. Whatever little tempering we were doing with the nature was set right by the self-healing, or should I say, the self-correcting mechanism of the nature. But with the increased human activity, urbanization, industrialization, there has been a lot of problem. Nature's self-regenerating power started failing in front of the onslaught of human beings. But it made the nature rebellious. And the results are in front of us. This COVID is also one of that result. Occurrence of the climate change of high magnitude, that too at a rapid rate, is the direct consequence of man's total disrespect and sheer neglect of nature. And water is the primary medium on which we see visible effects of the climate change. Water cycle gets significantly altered. Rise in temperature due to increased greenhouse gases emission, increased evapotranspiration, which results in high concentration of rainfall in short duration, resulting in flooding, which we have seen this year many times in Delhi NCR region. So this leads to flooding followed by longer and hot dry spells. All this makes water availability for human use less predictable, and also flooding destroys the safe water points and sanitation facilities. This not so happy situation raises many questions. How to cope up with this situation? How to mitigate the climate change effects? Do we need to change the ways we build? Do we require changes in statutory regulations and controls? If not reverse, but at least to decelerate the climate change? What role the manufacturing industry can play in this mission? Now, to get the insight and understand the way forward, we have a panel of very learned personalities who are great thinkers, mentors, and motivators. Before we start listening to their viewpoints, I would like to give a short introduction of each panelist. They are all very well prominent personalities. And if you want to know more about them and their contribution to this mission, you can find them on net. I welcome Mr. Harshvardhan. Mr. Harshvardhan is a very prominent builder. He has projects in Kolkata and in Bombay. Apart from his business interest in real estate, Mr. Harshvardhan is the president of CREDAI. CREDAI is the Confederation of the Real Estate Developers Association of India. So he connects the industry with the state, with the government. And in past also, he has held many responsible positions in many other federations of industrial bodies. Like he was the president of the Calcutta Chamber of Commerce. And our next speaker, the panelist is famous architect Ravindra Kumar, popularly known as Ravi. He is, I can't see him, whether he has joined or not.
Mr. Ravi is there, sir.
I'm on the call, yes.
You are on the call, okay, but we can't see your face.
I'm on the video.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, now I can see you. Yeah. Hi.
Ravi is next to Harji. He's there.
Right. Yeah. Hello, Harshi. Sorry, I didn't see your face earlier. Welcome. Okay, Ravindra has designed many buildings. He is very passionate about certain qualities which go into the building. Sustainability is the main thing. And then our next panelist, we have already heard him. He was there in that informal discussion, Mr. Sharat Rao. Mr. Sharat Rao is a civil engineer by education, and he runs a very successful consultancy practice in public health engineering, design water management systems. Can we go to the next panelist? Yes. You also heard him. He introduced himself. Mr. Ramesh is into manufacturing water-saving fixtures and faucets. So in due course, he would explain part. We have already seen the trailer. Now he will show the full film that he has promised. Next panelist, please. Yes, Mr. Hemant, have you joined?
Hemant is there from the beginning. He's there, sir.
I'm there.
He's there from 1 hour, more than 1 hour.
Thanks. Sorry, I'm not able to look. Yes, okay, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, hi Hemantji, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
So Hemantji is an engineer by profession, a mechanical engineer. Then we have the same alma mater also. Mr. Hemant has done his MS from BITS Pilani. He heads the manufacturing facility of boiler pumps in India. And he has other interests in the sustainability. I have heard him in other forums also. And here is Dr. Sirish Pankaj. He is into the what we call is the polymer technology. He has done his PhD in polymer technology, and he is with Ashirwad Group right now, heading their research and development division. And we'll be hearing him in short while. What exactly he would be explaining how the polymers, what kind of role polymers can play in the water sustainability. I hope I have introduced all the panelists. Harshi, you are the president of TradeEye. So any particular real estate projects start with a real estate developer. Now, historically speaking, water has been the magnet for migration leading to human settlements, and some of them being, the great civilization on this earth, whether you take the Nile or whether you take the Indus. Now, will the scarcity of water in terms of quantity and quality lead to reverse migration from the present habitation? What is your take on that? Or on the other hand, will the technology will come to the rescue?
Our moderator has already bowled a googly ball in the first shot to me. It's a very, very pertinent and important question which he has already raised today. Let me start this. The issue of climate change and global warming is exacerbating the water stress and the limited resources of water. And human civilization and the urbanization, etc., started on water resources because all colonization, everything happened due to the proximity to water and water resources. Water has been a very important part of all civilization and human life. If you go back into history, we will be able to mark the importance of resources of water. So climate change is definitely disrupting the entire ecosystem and the water cycle everywhere. If you really understand, 74% of all natural disasters between 2001 and 18 were water related. Either it's a drought or a flood. I think first and foremost, the world needs to be water smart. So this should be a new word which we should all promote, that real estate or any industry which is being which consumes water, urban development which consumes water, we all need to be water smart in terms of conserving water resources or making best use of water resources, or understand how we can mitigate the problem of water. So we need to really prioritize the use of water, understand that water is not a free flowing something which is there. I think in some of the major publication articles, there have even been prediction the next world war may be fought on water issues and water related problems. It is that extreme. But somehow our current society, civilization is not realizing this. And this is a very, very serious issue which we must bring to the forefront. Sir, definitely, what is going to happen? The two things are going to happen. The migration of people will depend definitely on vocation and the ability to get employment, job, or whatever. So, water may be a reason why people, there could be reverse migration. If there's no resources, people will be forced to go back. But I think we have to get better technology, and maybe technology is going to rescue the world. We may need to find technologies for desalinization of water or some other technology which probably improves the quality of water which is potable and consumable for people. And even as real estate developers, we have to understand the environmental and sustainable requirements of any built structure in the country overall. And it is not only for us, it is for progeny. This is I think one of the biggest problems human civilization, human race is going to be facing very, very soon. So, CREDAI as an organization, we have been promoting sustainable development, and we are thinking of now creating platforms where developers could come and pledge that in the next 5 to 10 years, all the developers will become carbon neutral and do only sustainable structures for avoiding, mitigating the problems due to climate change. I think if we do not understand this, we will get into diseases, extinction of species, and a lot of things are going to happen. The entire ecosystem will be disturbed. I think basically we have to find newer and better technologies to mitigate this problem and also to teach society and civilization that water is a very scarce resource. We need to consume it properly and we understand the value of water. Thank you so much.
Now, coming to you, Ravindra, see, in the present scenario, or what is anticipated because of this climate change, what do you think? Should we change the way we are building? Should we incorporate in our designs the systems which can take these kind of challenges? Or for that, do you require any changes in the building regulations?
I think we are progressively moving into a more conscious kind of a program of living and understanding of construction. I mean, if you look back, what we were doing many years back, like 10 or 12, 15 years ago, and what we are doing today, I think there's a significant difference and change and a consciousness. So therefore, I think this will grow more aggressive as we go by, which will be a positive aspect that we will be seeing in the construction industry. But nevertheless, I think we have to learn to look at our historicity. Very, very important that we forget to look at our own past and history. When you look at even some of the very traditional cities that was governed many centuries before, like the Cholas or the Badami that was done by the Chalukyas, or even if you look at in Karnataka, or even if you look at some of the many fortresses and palaces that was built in Jaipur or Rajasthan and parts near Jaisalmer and Bikaner. So you'll be stunned to see the consciousness in the vernacular. I mean, the layer of consciousness was much higher than what we see today in our civilized society. So I think as long as we learn to go past forward and learn from our forefathers, I think we would resolve a lot of issues that really we are reading as challenge today. And the technology today is available for you to go into a zero grade, which means to say construction industries, especially like when you look at a campus like Nirlon, what we've done in Mumbai, it is a 24-acre campus and more than 14 million square feet built up. We've managed to reuse every drop of water. And of course, this not only just because we are the architects, not that it's going to happen. You have to impress the developers, you have to impress the engineering faculty that would work with us on the project, and you have to convince the engineers who are on site executing the project, and they are also convinced, and you have to include all of them in a very constructive method. And we are able to save every drop of water. I mean, there is a 985-meter long aeration water pool, which is visible in the central open courtyard of the whole campus. And we are able to oxygenate the water, put it back into reuse 100%. And in one of the campuses that I did for Infosys, we've done their Pune, Bangalore, and Bhubaneswar campus. The first 100-acre campus that I did for Infosys, when we suggested that we must go back and look at how we treat water, reuse water, and create aeration ponds around the campus, the client initially, I mean, the person who was heading the Infosys chapter there was blinking eyelids because of the relative sense of humidity, the water availability at the site, and how water gets treated before it arrives into edible supplies. But once the plant was erected and everything, came into frame, everybody were pleasantly surprised to see that the water quality that was coming out of the sewage, treated water that was coming out of that, was much, much better than the edible supplies that was available within the city. So therefore, you can prove such a perspective of point to a client to encourage him to go into a positive aspect. So for me, I think these are the benchmarks, and these are the ways that you can change the matrix of the building to make it super accurate, whether it's a small house, whether it's a small shop or a small commercial building. I think we as architects, especially in our practice, we encourage our clients to ensure to be responsible in the way they would reciprocate to water. And that would definitely be a human service to, I think, civilization. If all of us start doing that, I think it's a constructive idea. Other than that, I do not think we can change the nature of construction drastically, but nevertheless, there are ways, there are expensive ways that are, present today in the society where you can incorporate. As an example, Project Boeing, a campus that we are doing on 47 acres in Bangalore, there's no water curing. It's all chemical curing. That means that you cast a concrete with your ready-mix pour of concrete, and within 4 hours, the concrete is set in position, and it is super strong. It attains its grade, and you can start building on top of it like you just do otherwise conventionally 20 days later after post-curing. So there are ways, already technologies available where you can use the least amount of water in construction industries in the way you build, but today it's little expensive. So I think if the government machinery activates a program to encourage to see the delta, by not using water, what happens on the side, what's the programmatic change that you can achieve, then I think a lot of things will change. So we must include these programs into our making.
But Ravinder, I feel that these new technologies should be evaluated in terms of water footprint. Not what is actually visible, how much water we are able to save, but perhaps at some other place or in some other way, these may be consuming much more water. So how to scale that, and how to measure and how to quantify that?
You're absolutely accurate on that, which is what we call as embedded energy, grading of every material. I think that is very important. Today, there are lots of programs and consultants who come to help you on programs to evaluate building on sustainability agenda and also give you the grades to become a Griha rated or a LEED rated construction idea or a completed building. But I think we fail as architects to recognize buildings to be built with the most, least embedded energy. For example, we as a practice have been encouraging people to grow timber and use timber in construction. India has not seen that scale of sensibilities in this particular vertical, but we've done buildings of very large captures, 25 to 30,000 square feet, which is completely built out of timber and absolutely no cement, no concrete, and no reinforcement steel, which means to say that the timber that is also used is grown. It's like you grow your own rice and you consume it. Today, countries like China, Canada, United States of America and northern part of Europe is already into making buildings which are 100-meter tall in timber. So the technology is changing and is available to look at a scalable model where you can actually use materials which has the least embedded energy consumption rating. So I think this is how we must go into practice. We must recognize not just the aesthetic of the material or the cost of it or availability in proximity, but recognize its embedded energy equation and so then build, and that would be a game changer.
Great, Ravi. Sharath, you have been designing the water management system since long. So, what is your take on using the new technologies like our friend from Singapore was explaining? How feasible they are for our country, and are they affordable?
I think you hit the nail on the head. My answer to your first part, whether, in fact, you were trying to infer whether we should go in for desalination as one of the modes of supplying water.
Yeah, in the site requirement is set.
Because Mr. Dicros had touched on both. Desalination, which has helped Singapore out, and also on reusing the water, the wastewater, to beneficial use like even drinking. Now, for the first part, the desalination, my answer would be a yes and a no. Because I'm talking as far as India is concerned. Now, for example, desalination should be the recourse when you have lost all other options of getting water. It's a very expensive process. It's capital intensive, it's operational cost. Like Mr. Dicros said, you have to be very aware about the quality. It's treated by reverse osmosis. So the recovery portion, that is, even if you want to get 100 liters, you may have to treat 150 liters to get those 100 liters because the recovery ratio is quite low and it keeps on going down. But of course, we have the first city in India, if I am not mistaken, was Chennai. In 2010, they put up the plant in Minjur. Chennai did that. And because they were really water starved. But in my opinion, in India, what is happening today is because of the vagaries of the climate change. The rainfall patterns have really gone for a toss. So your annual rainfall per se, the entire country is increasing. And it's going to increase because as the earth gets warmer, it's a basic hydrology cycle is evaporation, condensation and precipitation. It turns to runoff. This is going to, but at the same time, there are places where there are no rains at all. So the number of places where there are no rains are outnumbering ones which are having heavy rains. For example, since I am from Mumbai, I can speak about Mumbai as far as rainfall. It rains so much every year that this year also we may go above nearly 150 inches. of rain, which is quite a big amount of rain, but still more than 50% of the people in Mumbai don't have water. So they are thinking of putting up a desalination plant. Yes, it is beneficial in the long run, but we'll have to bring down the capital cost. Now coming to the second part, what Singapore does is very, very doable. That is treating, reuse of wastewater to almost drinking water standards. Yes, we have to go through those stringent tests because we cannot afford to have any form of even the slightest organic pollution in this water because it's going to be used for drinking. There is a difference between domestic use and drinking water. So even if you are able to bring that water to a state wherein you can supply the domestic needs, it is going to help. It's a technology which is, of course, Singapore has been sort of been able to demonstrate to the world how effectively it can be used. But it can definitely be used by people in India also. But in my opinion, it should be a state subject. It should not be that a particular society or a particular development isolated. People are allowed to do this because if anything goes wrong, because it requires heavy level of automation, if anything goes wrong because of any human intervention or because of lack of awareness on the subject, it can create a disaster. It can create a disaster because it's really life-threatening diseases can happen because of that. But definitely that technology is the only thing which can save us from being totally sort of, water-starved. And another most important thing, like what now I see with all this, like the president had asked me a question, what about, retrofit buildings and what about the future buildings? Future buildings, we are doing it. Every building has got a central, very concentratedly decentralized plants. But 30 to 40% is what we use for flushing and maybe for landscaping. The rest 60% is again finding its way to the drains. It's going back to the sewer. A big waste of energy, big waste of resources. Can we not harness this water? Can we not put our minds together? Many times when I have talked to people, they say it requires a lot of money. Yes, money is required. But the same money could be recovered within the space of about 5 years. So we have to talk about technology as it is viable to us. So both desalination and treating, reusing water to the extent of making it potable are doable, but after you have exhausted all other resources.
But Sharatji, as if for any particular project or development, if you have the two options, either putting a desalination plant on site or importing the water, say from 200 kilometers. So what will you prefer?
Yes.
And what according to you
in this particular case,
more environmental friendly?
I would say that then desalination is the answer. If you have to carry it to, say, anything which comes to more than about 40 to 50 kilometers, then you have to get into desalination type of a situation. But for example, desalination cannot fulfill the needs of a metropolis like what we have in India, whether it is Mumbai or Bangalore or Delhi. The small townships which are going to come up in future, definitely it can be thought of.
No,
but you need the sea next to it. That is one of the biggest reasons. And generally the coastal areas are not so starved of water than the areas which are more arid inside.
I will come back to you later. Hemantji? Mr. Hemant?
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, your voice is a bit feeble, at least for me it is feeble.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yeah, now it's better.
Good.
Hemanji, you are into a manufacturing sector, manufacturing pumps. So, what role do you think your industry can play in mitigating the effects of climate change? This climate change is, playing really havoc with especially with the urban developments. It rains a little bit, whether it is Bombay or it is Delhi NCR, the areas get flooded. Because the rainfall intensity is so high, though it rains only for a short duration, but intensity and the quantum is so high, the drainage system is not able to cope up with that. So what kind of solutions your industry can give for such situations?
I think you have asked a very, very relevant question. Having heard Harshvardhan ji, Mr. Ravindra Kumar, as well as respectable Rao, I think all of us agree that the climate change is here to stay. We can't reverse so easily what has already happened, or rather the damage which we have already created to this society. If you take example of Mumbai in 2005, Kolhapur 2019, 2021 Kolkata, very recently, few days back, Delhi. If you think about these drought-prone areas of Marathwada in central Maharashtra, which earlier used to be drought-prone, are now talking about cash crops. So this climate change is there, and we have got to accept it and find ways how to live with it, and then gradually think about how do we reverse this entire chain. So in Mumbai, some activities have been done before. After this 2005 flood, they had installed these stormwater pumping stations at 5-6 stations. And with that, at least the intensity at which the water used to get locked within the city limits is reduced. I won't say it is stopped, because they have planned 11, they have installed only 5 of the stormwater pumping stations. Incidentally, Willow has supplied 70% of these pumping stations. The main problem that we have encountered in installation of these is rampant mixing of solid waste, garbage, which is coming into the storm water. So we have got to think of installing screens to take out these solid waste wherever possible before it gets into the water pumping stations. The second alternative which we can think of is intelligent pumping stations, which incidentally are being used in Europe, which can be used in India, where the pumps are not coming in contact with these solids, but are still able to move these solids away by using the water force, which is created by the pumps, which are not coming in contact with directly these big solids. So you are able to get advantage of the efficiency of the pumps, but at the same time, you are able to push this water away. So these intelligent pumping systems can be installed at certain areas where the water logging does happen. Now the point is, normally the water flows in natural gravity. But when it's excess rain, as you just mentioned, that within hours you have heavy rains, and the water gets clogged in the sewers as well as in the drainage system. we can use the models which are being used in Karnataka. They have started using it. What they have started using it is they are pumping the excess water during monsoons into reservoirs, which can then serve millions when the monsoon period is over. And these systems, I think we as a nation must promote so that we can conserve this excess water which we get and use it when we have shortage of water. From an industry perspective, we always talk about carbon neutrality. For example, VLO globally has pledged that by 2030 we will be climate neutral, which means that we will be implementing programs and plans in each of our facilities in order to make sure that we are climate neutral. We all know that almost up to level of 220 or 250 grams of carbon emission is observed with 1 kilowatt hour of energy consumption. Not green, but when you use the normal electricity, we have in this tune. Now, imagine 10 to 15% of the energy is used for pumping of water, moving the water. And if we are able to improve the efficiency and efficacy of the system by 10 to 15%, in a country like India, easily close to 1500 to 2000 megawatt plants, we can comfortably shut down. So we have to attack from different perspectives and different plans. And as explained rightly by Mr. Rao as well as Mr. Kumar, we must use our intelligence to recycle, reuse the wastewater. And this is something which today is missing point. And for that, the government as well as the manufacturers and the city planners must come together to find ways and means. I think I tried to answer your question in short, but those were some points which have.
How expensive these technology interventions are as compared to the conventional systems?
Well, there is a fine balance. Now, anything that we do today is meant for tomorrow's world. Now, if you recognize that, then you will realize that the payback period, which earlier 3 to 4 years or 3 to 5 years were supposed to be good enough. Now, the Western economies are considering for environmental reasons, if these payback periods are stretched to even 7 to 10 years, they're still accepting. So, which means these new techniques, new technologies are a bit expensive, but at the same time, if we consider the disaster which these situations are bringing us to, we must implement these techniques and technologies. Like even you must have heard that I think it is Sweden which is able to produce the world's first green steel without using coke, which means they have used hydrogen to produce steel. So the technology is changing and we must adapt. Of course, it is costly, but over the time, I believe it will be affordable.
Hemantji, now we go to Dr. Shirish Pankaj. Perhaps he can, offer some more better, stronger, but at the same time economical price-wise materials. He is in the polymer. He's a polymer scientist.
Sure.
So, Dr. Shirish, please tell me, in this tackling the climate change, what role the polymer industry can play?
Thanks a lot, Sejal-ji. See, it's a topic which is right now upcoming, and I could explain it in 3 categories. One is the material of construction, and of course the production, and also the usage of those elements. So let me start with the methods of construction. So already, as you have seen, that at least in the domestic sector, we have moved towards polymers, or say for example pipes. So we have moved from metallic pipes to polymer pipes, maybe the UPVCs, CPVCs, etc. And it is mainly owing to multiple operational and installation factors which are driving this. But when we are looking at from the sustainability standpoint, of course, these say for example a metallic pipe, mining, metal extrusion. These are all energy intensive processes. And of course, in order to produce a pipe, say for example, out of these metals, it is a highly energy consuming process as compared to any polymer starting from the raw material and the conversion process. And on the other hand, the weight density. So when we are transporting it across India, pipes, then of course the transportation is also very expensive, as well as it is also creating a very big carbon footprint. When we come to the operation side, say for example, pipes or any polymeric material, they are smoother. So there is a very common term which is a C factor, Hazen-Williams factor. They also talk about that there are limited hydraulic losses, and again, the energy consumptions are low. But when we talk about polymers, we always talk about the recyclability of polymers. So now at least all the industry should come together to find ways out, like say for example lead, phthalates, tin-free systems, and that makes it more recyclable. And that is the way to go ahead. Until and unless we hit that that particular technology, still we will not be able to strike the chord with sustainability. Even there are certain multiple organizations like Vinyl Plus. They have already conducted multiple studies, and they indicated that even CPVCs can be recycled up to 3 times. So now when we're looking at production side, there are multiple bigger organizations are already moving towards more renewable energies like solar, wind, etc. But it is more mainly related to the bigger groups. When we are looking at this plumbing sector, 50% is highly unorganized, where it needs to be advocated and it needs to be supported somehow. Again, on the waste minimization also, this is one of the aspects which we have to look at. Another aspect which I would ponder is the polymers which are derived from plant source. So this is the way to go in future, like going away from the petroleum-based polymers and going to the plant source basis. As what my fellow panelists have also mentioned, that we have to look for these kind of bio polymers, etc. Again, there is also one point which I have to make towards the regulation side. So when we are looking at all the regulations, these are more material or production specs which are there. But we have to think from the performance specs. And say, for example, there could be the reduction in the usage of material, which may happen if we are using a different kind of material. But that is what's not specified in our standards. The other area is also on the recyclate. So there should be standards which should be advocating about recyclates. And that's the way we can really reduce the carbon footprint. And of course, as again, it's been touched multiple times in last 1 hour, there is like vagaries of rain, which we are all facing, and it has already happened. So damage has already happened, and we have to control that damage. So like it's all the polymer industry and the piping industry which where we are in. We have to look for organized solutions for rainwater harvesting, stormwater management, which can actually cater those vagaries which we are facing at this moment. Of course, the steps which we are taking will the effect of these will take about 10 years, but currently we have to find solutions which can tackle the current problem, and that's my view on it.
So what is the when we talk of recyclability of the polymers and the useful life, how they compare with the metals?
Sir, when we are there are multiple. It's a controversial topic. It's been debated.
Yeah, I know this is a controversial topic because there has always been a debate between the advocates of metal and the advocates of
right. So From the neutral side, I can say there are.
Because we'll have to go back to Gurmeet ji also, because he advocates both.
Right now, Mukesh, Ashirwad is our sponsor, so I will not comment it. so I'll stay out of this.
That makes the good business sense, in fact.
I'll stay out of it, boss. Yeah.
Mukesh ji, I'll go with the studies which have been conducted by TEFA and the organizations like Vinyl Plus. So they talk about recyclability of CPVCs, PVCs, but we have to be cautious in the game that once the polymer is being recycled, it may not be used or suitable for high pressure applications. It can be used for a low pressure applications, but for high pressure applications, it has to change its form, or we have to add certain fillers in order to make it suitable for those high pressure applications. And that's where I was talking in my like a couple of minutes back, that we have to think from recyclates, that maybe 30% or 40% of recyclates to be reused. On the other side, with the usability or the life of polymers, at least we assume and the calculations do say that we can reach to about 35 to 50 years of a useful life with any of the polymer pipes. And that's something which is also the useful life of a building, which we talk about when we do any sustainability study.
Dr. Shirish, we have with us Mr. Ramesh, who uses a lot of polymers in the products which he manufactures. Ramesh, whenever we talk of water management, 3 R's are always at the center stage: reduce, reuse, and recycle. So the whole water management and sustainability starts with the reduction of consumption. So tell me, the products which you are manufacturing, to what extent they can help in reducing the water consumption, and how affordable they can be.
Thank you, Mukesh ji.
There is another one more thing I would like to add. As I understand, to reduce the water consumption, you have to increase the pressure. So pressure means you are consuming more energy. So how that balance is struck between the energy and the water?
Thank you, Mukesh ji. First, very important factor is I am in the business of the bathroom, and in business of the bathroom, it's the most highly used and highly abused place for the water. Now, the biggest challenge for companies like is to provide faucets which can save water. Number one. Secondly, the consumption of water, but you should still have the feel of having the same pressure of water. So what we are focusing on is creating pressure reducing and foam creation, water flow in your shower, because this shower is one of the most focused area where the consumption of water is very, very high. Now, you have showers which can go even up to about 20-25 liters per minute. And if you stand below a shower for about 5 minutes, it's about 100 liters of water. Now, we are in the business, and we are almost on the final stages of it. We would be creating a very affordable pressure reducing gadgets, and that would be a simple way of reducing the flow, and the entire outflow of water would be coming through a silicon jets, and there again it would give you a feeling of a foam. I would really feel that I'm having the same consumption of water, but the water would be reduced to almost say about 30-35%. Now, second challenge we are facing today is the malfunctioning of the products. For example, you have a place which is a public utility, and we have now provided touchless taps, all are available. But does the touchless tap stop there? Now the problem is because of the malfunctioning, we have noticed majority of the cases are people using their chewing gums, sticking onto the faucets. The water flow is continuous. So now we have worked on a management system which is called CNX water management system, which would, and such a scenario would stop the water at a particular stop when there is a malfunctioning. Normally in a touchless tap, you keep your hand, the water would continuously flow. In our case, you hold that hand for more than 2-3 seconds, the water cuts off. So this in a public place would play a major role. Now, third thing, all these faucets work on batteries or power. Now we are on the final stage of creating a faucet, which is again a touchless, but would give you would work on turbine, which would definitely increase the life of the battery. And this battery can be worked on two sources. We are working on solar and also battery. When I mean solar, it's the tube lights or the lights which are available in the bathroom. Now this faucet, we are trying to make it in using a polymer faucet, so I can reduce the cost. But the technology is expensive. Over the time, like my fellow panelists said, over the time, if you look at 3-4 years down the line, this would be very, very, very economical. The second aspect which I was talking about, I think it's been discussed since morning. I think President GSA said that it's the waterless urinal. We have worked out a waterless urinal, which will be shortly launching it in India, which would work on the affordable segment. Now, waterless urinals are already available in the world, but we're looking at a economical version of waterless urinal, and we are working on using polymer there for the urinal, and it's been tested. The life of urinal is much more superior than the ceramic, and I think that would be a invention here. Now, all these products are in affordable segment. The solution for this is a mixture of technology and the product which I am in, the polymer. So I think with this two technology, I would be focusing on saving of water. As I said, the taps which when we use the turbine, I would be saying even on energy. So my battery life, which is approximately about 200,000 cycle, would extend it up to 700,000 cycle, and that's the saving which I'm talking about. The cost of the battery is saved. The faucet is made of polymer, so you have no problem about the metal weight and the brass weight and all those constraints. So this is something which I feel would focus on bathrooms. The third product which is very crucial is the concealed systems, where again we are talking about a standard of getting it about between 2.5 liters to 5 liters. Now these are a technology products which would need a lot of working. We commit everybody, we even get the LEED certification, but do we really enforce it? The customer would use it twice.
Rameshji, I would intervene at this stage, especially when you are talking of these systems.
Yeah.
Which, for each flush you discharge less water.
Yeah.
But has any research been done on our eating habits, the nature of our excreta, whether it can be really flushed with that low volume, or people end up, you will have to do a survey. People end up, flushing many times, and ultimately it comes to that 10 liter. If I have to flush it 4 times for cleaning the pan, then I am back to 10 liter.
Mukesh, yeah, sorry.
Or when you say that this particular system can discharge and flush in 2.5 liter or 4 liter. What should be the the shape and size of the tap or of the pan? All these things are to be deeply researched into.
Mukeshji, we have certain reports on this. You rightly said the consumption of 4.5 liters or 2.5 liters to get your LEED certification is a part of. Whether you get RAS approval or you get EPMO approval, it all ends up there.
More important is our eating habits also.
Exactly.
The kind of food which we consume.
Mukeshji, here I have a.
Gurmeet is smiling. I don't know. He wants to perhaps say something on this.
Mukesh, Ramesh, enough research has taken place in the country.
Yeah.
Why I was smiling is because I had some British collaboration earlier, and I'm sorry to use the word, but they say Indian shit a lot. But anyway, we have now enough research in the country where the pan and the cistern are matched very well.
Exactly.
And you can flush with low volumes of water also. So it's available now, but you cannot retrofit a separate pan and a separate flushing cistern, and you may have to do it 2-3 times. But it's available in the country now, and it's being promoted on a regular basis. Am I right, Sharad Raoji?
Yes, absolutely. So both have to go in tandem.
So Mukeshji, you can eat as much as you want, it will work.
No, it's not in quantum. See, I know that pan and systems are matched, that research has been done. So my question is entirely different. It is the food habits, the viscosity of the excreta. Whether any research has been done on that, or any surveys have been done where the data has been collected from the actual users.
No, I agree with you, Mukeshji. I think the data are there, and based on these data, I think we have started working on the pans. Like both Sharadji and President said, the flow of the exit of the startup, if it is properly designed, if your pans are so designed, and the moment of this moves out, even with 4 liters, and it's proved. We have been using this. It has been proved that, but it's a combination. Like rightly said, it's a combination of cistern and the pan. If these two are good, right in place, then it's possible. And these are specifically tested out. And as I said, we have seen many times, but these comes with cost. It cannot come with in an affordable segment, because the moment you start working on pans, the cost of the pan of this are very higher. Now you have various types of pans which flushes it out. You have effects like tornadoes. You have effects like 4Ds. These technologies have already come in, and these are suitable for even at 4.5 liters. And it's
the maximum consumption is in the affordable sector. This is a product.
Exactly. We need to work on it. We have tried our level best. As I said, initial investment is quite high, maybe high at affordable segment. But if you look at the life of the product and look at the consumption level, I think then people would start thinking about affordability. Otherwise, sir, today you don't get technology at affordable prices, but you can create products for affordable prices. But that would definitely be a part of a manufacturing proposition from our side.
I think I will have to check with Gurmeet whether we have time, or is there any update on Minister's program? Gurmeet, is there?
I have forgotten about the minister now, because they keep on saying half an hour. So yeah, but Naina Lalji is already there. Her timing was 6 o'clock, and you have to give memento. So if we can end the panel discussion with your kind permission, Chairman. and move towards the mementos, then we can move towards Naina Lalji's, because she's an expert on water and sanitation, and that's what she's going to
We
talk.
really look forward to hearing from her.
Yes.
So I thank you all panelists. We had a great time, and hopefully we will take this forward at some other platform. And I thank the audience also for being with us, for making their presence.
Rishi, thank you so much. What a lovely panel discussion and a very, very knowledgeable, I mean, the kind of, content which was shared with the delegates, I'm very sure each and every one of them are going to take something home. And I would request you to kindly present a token of our gratitude to all the panelists, please. Mukeshji, please.
Harshji, with gratitude.
Since we are not meeting, these will be sent to you by post, by courier. And Ravi, this is the second panel discussion. I'm with you where you are in the car.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are you on a long trip or what?
It's a bit of a stretch of 3.5 hours.
Oh, great.
Unfortunately, I could not reschedule that because of some other meeting. I had to do this on the
Because
call.
when we
So my
started, I saw
apologies.
you in the car and you're still in the car.
Oh, yes, yes,
I hope the
absolutely.
trip is quite pleasant outside.
Oh, yes,
It is
absolutely.
good. You are enjoying it?
It's Karnataka weather, and the weather is spectacular.
Great.
Yes, thank you.
Great. Please accept on behalf of IPA, and definitely.
Thank you very much. I think I appreciate this whole meeting. It's such a diverse kind of verticals of experts on the panel, and adding their of knowledge has been wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thanks. It was really a pleasure. Sharadji, thanks a lot.
Thanks, Mukeshji, and thanks, IP. Mukeshji, you have also been wonderful all through the session with your.
Thank you.
Yes.
And I really look forward to listening to Naina Kidwaiji, because yesterday in that program I heard she's quite passionate about it, and I request the audience also to remain connected. That talk is going to be very, very interesting and full of knowledge. Welcome, Nainaji. Nainaji, you will have to unmute yourself.
Mukeshji is still Rameshji's.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Rameshji, you have to show the full film. In fact, we saw the trailer and then film. We could not see the full. Next time.
It would be a pleasure, sir. I would do it. It's my pleasure. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And Dr. Shirish is there.
And Hemant Watwe is also.
Namaste. Thank you. Thank you for organizing such a
wonderful. Thank you. We had a wonderful discussion.
So I think even Hemant Watwe is there. You have to acknowledge.
Hemant ho gaya, Sharad.
Okay.
Haji.
Dr. Shirish.
Yeah, Shirish ji is next.
Thank you for giving the insight into polymer industry.
Thanks a lot, sir. It was great having a discussion with all of you. Thanks a lot, sir.
And ladies and gentlemen, last but not the least, we had amazing moderator, Mr. Mukesh Asija. So very small token of gratitude for Mr. Mukesh Asija to moderate this panel and drive it to the point. So ladies and gentlemen, a very big round of applause for him. Mukeshji,
thank you.
Very well conducted panel. And yes, we all are waiting for our star speaker today, right? We have Ms. Naina Lal Kidwai, and she's going to talk on water and sanitation. Ms. Naina Lal Kidwai is a well-known leader who has successfully broken the glass ceiling with many firsts to her credit, from being the first Indian woman MBA from Harvard Business School to the first woman to head a private sector foreign bank in India. She is the first woman to be elected as president of India's leading national industry association, FICCI, in 86 years, ladies and gentlemen. Over Naina's professional journey, she has led investment banking at Morgan Stanley and was executive director on the board of HSBC Asia Pacific and chairperson HSBC India, as well as CEO of Bank of India. Ms. Kidwai has been repeatedly listed amongst the most powerful women in business and is recipient of several awards and honors, including Padma Shri for her contribution to trade in the industry. Ms. Naina Lal Kidwai has authored 3 books, including bestsellers in 30 Women in Power, Their Voices, Their Stories, and Survive or Sink, an action agenda for sanitation, water pollution, and green finance. Without taking much ado, let me call on dais Ms. Naina Lal Kidwai. And ma'am, it's an honor to share the dais with you and looking forward to your great presentation.
Also, Naina ji, can I intervene 1 minute? There is a lucky draw, but we are going to have it after Naina ji's presentation. So stick on, there's a phone to be won. There's a phone to be won here. Sorry, Naina ji, sorry I interrupted.
Well, just thank you for that very generous introduction, and thank you for having me on this very important platform. I must congratulate the IPA for producing such an amazing program. I was actually forced to reflect on how at the World Economic Forum way back in 2005, there was a water session which was set up on the fringes of the World Economic Forum. And there were precisely 5 of us attending the event. 5 years later, at the same World Economic Forum, there was standing room only. And I think what they missed was the passion, the energy, and the knowledge of our Indian participants who, hearing today, I can see how the reflections on net zero, on climate, on innovation are such a critical part of our discussion as we look at this cycle of water, energy, and indeed food, as you all know, because agriculture is our biggest absorber of water. However, I've today chosen to really focus more on the sanitation end of water. It is an area I work in. I chair the FICCI Water Mission, so I'm passionately engaged in things to do with energy efficiency of water. But I've also founded the India Sanitation Coalition 5 years ago, and we have worked very closely with the national agenda on sanitation. So let me start by asking you to reflect on how successful do you think we have been as a country in the last 6 to 7 years since the launch of the Swachh Bharat mission? And as you think about this, let me throw out some of the facts. So the Swachh Bharat mission urban, which was also launched in 2014 by our Prime Minister, with his vision of achieving a clean India by 2nd October 2019. And as you know, that is the 150th birth anniversary of Mahatma Gandhi ji. None of the cities at that point were open defecation free. And today, 4,300 cities have been declared open defecation free. So for us, a big achievement as a country, and the challenge now is to ensure that we can maintain and keep it there. Now, we've also found that individual household toilets, as you well know, we've seen almost 6.2 million new household toilets having been constructed, that too under the SBM, the Swachh Bharat Mission program. And over this period, we've found also that there's a large number of community toilets. In fact, over 6 lakh community public toilets have been constructed. And why is that important? It's important because there is the idea of providing access to toilets, not just ownership of the toilet, but access. And around 60,000 toilets across 2,900 cities have now been listed on Google Maps for live tracking. And so these are seminal changes in the way our country is looking at the whole sanitation agenda. Now, to remind you, a city award can be notified as Swachh Bharat Mission ODF Plus as a city, or SBM ODF Plus as a ward, if at all points of the day not a single person is found defecating or urinating in the open, and all community and public toilets are functional and well maintained. Many have commented that, these statistics as we have them may not be correct. I've found someone on such and such corner, either urinating, defecating. So clearly we have a ways to go in the way we monitor and administer. But there have been independent surveys done and there is a sea change. So let's at least give ourselves credit for having created a sea change, even if the statistics aren't quite the 100% we would like them to be. We have 73% of our cities certified as being ODF plus today. And the hope is that we will in fact have in the next couple of years, the entire bunch as declared ODF plus. Now the significant change which has happened with SBM2, and I think it's noteworthy because this is an area which has come up for discussion in the earlier part of your program today, is the whole area of sewage management. A city award can be notified as SBM ODF++, both as a city or a ward, not just if it achieves all that I have shared in terms of the ODF plus environment, but also that the city has to have a well-maintained fecal sludge, septage, and sewage management program. So treating with no discharging or dumping of untreated fecal sludge and sewage in drains, water bodies, or open areas. So this is the journey the country has now embarked on, and I believe a critical journey. Because imagine the failure of, if we have succeeded as well as we have to funnel all the shit into the toilets as we have done, to only then find it go right back into the fields and drains which we were trying to keep it away from. So this aspect of treatment is critical. And I was delighted to hear parts of the discussion earlier, which talked about very knowledgeably about centralized sewage systems versus decentralized ones, and have correctly identified that we need the decentralized systems. But I will touch on that a little later. Today, again, we have 950 cities certified as ODF++. So the journey is well underway. And of course, our target to achieve 100% is still something that is a pipe dream. But if we can go with it the way we have for the rest of the Swachh Bharat mission earlier, I have no doubt that we can achieve what we want to achieve. So let me share some of these broad components of this next phase of the mission, which will direct a lot of the work that you as citizens, as companies, as leaders will have to indeed help on us as a country on the journey. So sustained behavior change. Now, we have certainly found that the whole communication exercise, in fact, it is being lauded around the world as one of the most effective communication exercise and behavior change, which brought about the need for the toilet, the use of the toilet, and in fact, brought the toilet into homes and the conversation around usage being part of the conversation around the way communities live and exist. We saw it through Bollywood movies and very successful ones, as you know. We have seen it through messaging across advertisements and messages which government put out. And we've seen it in street corners and street plays at the rural level. Very effective. Now, this behavior change may well have to be taken into the whole area of solid waste collection and segregation, all of which also impacts the way our water bodies are conserved. But equally, and very importantly, there's the whole area of 100% safe disposal of wastewater and reuse. And the broad areas of focus in the current phase of the urban mission are on reuse of wastewater. So what do we need for this? Of course, funding. We need measurable outputs, visible outcomes with independent third parties and expert verification. Now, I believe this expert verification is important, and we heard a lot from the representatives from the building associations today on how we are looking at different building products to make our buildings energy efficient, also water efficient. The issue I think we are going to see, and we can have that through the LEED certification process or the GRIA certification process, is a certification for water efficiency and sanitation, which enables green financing. There is a lot of money coming into India in the area of green financing, and it's now very lazy money because it goes straight into the renewable space. Because renewables, on the very face of it, solar, wind, are indeed green. It's more effort to identify water efficiency and areas which qualify as green, but are not attracting the finance. And for that, we need experts who will certify, audit, and we push to make sure that the money is indeed enabled into our sectors, which are so critical, as you have discussed through the early part of this discussion today. So we at the India Sanitation Coalition are also very aware that the government of India has identified the private sector as a key stakeholder. And to do this, to achieve the ODF sustainable mission in India, and in doing this, it's not just about the way we have worked in the past, but indeed, going forward, we need the engagement of the private sector in a for business, for profit way, in partnerships with government. And that is the hard part, because many have hesitated to come into working and business relationships with the municipalities. So how do we create the ecosystem that enables and excites all of us to work in the sector and to do away with what we have traditionally heard as being a difficult sector because it entailed working with the urban local bodies. So as we look at the whole area of waste management and the 100% safe disposal and reuse of wastewater, there is a huge opportunity. And how and where is the money for this going to come from? And as many of you know, I come from the world of financing. I believe the world moves on where finance is available. So if we can move money into these sectors, I believe the businesses will thrive and the country will benefit from that investment. The targets under the mission is to be achieved using a novel model, which is emerging. So it's a novel because there's a convergence between different kinds of financing and various schemes of the central and state governments. So the idea of pulling it all together, and this is being positioned as a convergent co-financing model, where apart from budgetary allocations of center and state, funds will be dovetailed from the 15th Finance Commission and private sector participation. And indeed, from the 15th Finance Commission, we saw last year a commitment of, I think it was 15,000 crores, over and above what central and state budgets do. So this is a very interesting way of looking at it, and also specific mention of private sector participation. So the role for us all is to support our corporate partners, the members, many of whom are members of our India Sanitation Coalition, the financing institutions whose role it is in this phase of the mission to also aid and assist in this process. Now, the ministry has highlighted the need for private sector and also for innovative business models. And the expertise, the resources of the private sector have to be leveraged for meeting this growing demand of liquid waste management services, also solid waste management services. And the intent is therefore to promote scalable and commercially viable solutions to make the sanitation economy attractive to private businesses. So India is at an early stage of this journey, an area which was really the preserve of the public sector, now opening up for the private sector. And if we can succeed in doing this well, the business opportunity for the private sector is huge, but even more important, we will achieve for the country a much healthier and better society from the cleaner environment that we are able to provide. So grey water opportunities. Grey water, as you know, is really water which may have gently used effluents from showers, sinks, washing machines, as well as rainwater runoff and condensating from building mechanical equipment. It is distinct from potable water, which of course would be safe for drinking, and from wastewater, which has harmful biological materials. So grey water can have, as we know, dirt, grease, cleaning products, but could well be safe for soil irrigation and toilet flushing. And again, mention was made in some of the more advanced buildings, and in fact, there are regulations in many cities which insist on having toilet flushing systems with a separate piping with grey water. But the fact that we could, even with a little treatment, use this for irrigation and other uses is all very important. And in fact, 50 to 70% of the water used in the household, as you know, results in grey water generation. And not even 5% of this is recycled today in urban households. So look at the opportunity there. And this water, it's suitable for recycling. We could use very simple low-cost technologies. And this concept is something which I believe we can build on, not just the wastewater aspects, which were touched on earlier, but the grey water ones, which require a somewhat less complex treatment. Now, treatment and reuse of treated grey water, it's important, of course, to know what level of on-site, off-site grey water treatment is necessary, local regulations, planning for the use, and one needs to articulate the safeguards so that stakeholders also rally to support the treatment and the use of this grey water. And the investment opportunity in this water treatment in India, the investment opportunity has been estimated to be to the tune of $103 billion US. And if we look at the ability of our country to be able to sequester the funds and the talent that is here to make this huge business opportunity of the future, I think not just that we will have created this huge infrastructure, which is so necessary for us, but also would have provided jobs and skills that will, of course, need to be built on and created, but skilling in order for people to fulfill the job requirements therein. So as we look at the numbers and the business opportunity, I think it is a very exciting journey for us, and one which for you in the leadership at the IPA, as you look at some of the innovations you have discussed, whether it's polymers or showers which require 30% less water, we also look at the big pictures of treatment of large amounts of water, the reuse therein, and indeed the infrastructure that needs to be built to absorb this. And every innovation, small or big, goes towards helping in this very, very important way. So creation of the right ecosystem, and this clearly lies with associations such as yours, with government, with the state governments, with the municipalities, to make it easier to deal. The world of finance has equally concerns. So the nature of contracts that are made have to be contracts which are respected by government, by the buyers of the service, but also banks need to believe that they are sacrosanct and indeed contracts that are paid on time. Ready access to finance is going to be important as we go ahead on this journey. But the need and desire to fill this is certainly there. We have to make this happen. Why do we not have more large companies like the Veolias or the Suezes or the GE Waters? It is time for us to build our multinationals in these spaces. And the time, I believe, is now if we can get this right. I must say, I was very excited to hear some of the innovations from the earlier panel and the sharing, collective sharing of industry practitioners in looking at water efficiency. And I believe we should all be making it easier as a country, as financiers, for these ideas and thoughts to become practical solutions at a wider level. The challenge of lower cost solutions, our country has always been a big market for low cost solutions, remains. But as we work at some of the innovations around the waterless urinals or touchless taps, these are all very important in terms of significant cutting down of wastage at every level. So I thought I would just share with you some interesting examples of the sanitation space, which are quite interesting. And I'm going to start with a facility which is called the Suvidha complex. Now, the Suvidha complex is essentially a communal toilet. And as you know, that in many slums across the country, communal toilets have actually been a disaster. They get set up and then they're managed very poorly, so they just get locked and people don't actually have the ability to use it. The whole idea of reactivating these is very important. But what we had was an interesting exercise undertaken, interestingly, by Hindustan Unilever. And the Suvidha complex is a kind of urban water, hygiene and sanitation community center in Mumbai. So it didn't go just with the toilet. It is a purpose-built, sustainable community center. It addresses the hygiene needs of low-income urban households, all of whom face severe challenges due to lack of infrastructure and facilities. And the cost is high. Each complex is 2 crores of rupees. But what all does it provide? It provides clean and functional toilets. So that was, of course, the core of the requirement. But in the process, hand washing facilities with soap, clean showers, safe drinking water, and state-of-the-art laundry operations, all at an affordable cost for the community. And by using a circular economy principle to reduce water, thereby saving an estimated 10 million liters of water per annum. So by creating an integrated facility rather than just a standalone communal toilet, what we've got is a circular system with reuse of water in every way and efficiencies therein. So it's a center which is managed by individuals from the community, and apart from its impact on community health and hygiene, economy and the environment, it impacts the lives of families by giving them a much better lifestyle and further enables them to improve their standard of living. And they all contribute. You get a card as a family, it's 150 rupees a month, so it is not a huge amount of money. So that the community also has a stake in the way it is being run. There are 3 active centers located today in Ghatkopar, Malad and Andheri, all of course in Bombay. And these are self-sustainable. And as I mentioned, community, 20 to 30 people from the community actually manage these facilities. So it provides some employment there as well. The idea is actually to build this more of these. We are actually on a journey now at the India Sanitation Coalition of getting other corporates, HSBC has agreed, and others to come in to sponsor these centers. And once they are established, to go ahead and enable the maintaining and the running of it, it is handed over to the community in a sustainable financing model to do that. But that initial capital cost does require assistance, and it's coming from CSR monies. But the solution is wonderful in terms of water reuse. And we find that as you look at the impact of laundry, wherein an average 150 loads per day are washed in the center, and approximately 6.5 cumulative years of person hours are saved concurrently across the lives of women in the slums. Think how easy it makes their lives, and they can have a washing machine instead of standing in line, finding water, scrubbing, etc. So great impact on the women in and around there as well. Now, another model which is very exciting, is the automation of the drainage cleaning system, which is a key component in urban sanitation. So today, automation plays a very important role in our industrial applications. Proper disposal of sewage from industries and municipalities, however, are still a challenge. And one of the sector priorities, therefore, is to replace the manual work in drainage cleaning by introducing fully or semi-automated systems in efficient ways to control the disposal of waste and with regular waste filtration systems. So these are, I think, what happens with the pneumatic pistons that are actuated, the grippers, and the object is to really fabricate a machine which is cost-effective as well as efficient in the way it works. And the desire here also is to improve the lot of the sanitation worker, which is so much in the news in terms of the way they have to operate at times, particularly the manual scavenging, which, while it is not permitted, we still know happens at levels which are not acceptable. We, in fact, at the Indian Sanitation Coalition, give awards every year for success stories in sanitation, and one of them goes into innovation and into the lot of sanitation workers as well. So Gen Robotics is a company where they were the first to make a mark in this space to eradicate manual scavenging. And the concept of manholes is really now to make them into robo-holes, propelling this transformation, helping these marginalized sections of society to do that same role in a far more humane way. So the Bandicoot was created. It's the world's first manhole cleaning robot. It's made in India by Gen Robotics. It goes deep in and cleans manholes, negates the risk of human scavenging and the associated societal costs, and of course the health hazards that go with it. So we are seeing this kind of thinking. The first of these bandicoots started in Kerala, now Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh, and the idea is to expand it across the country. So they've delivered more than 50 units across 14 states now. It's not cheap. Each of these bandicoots comes at 1.28 crores. But if indeed each of our urban local bodies, and many have in fact now tried it and like it, are to look at bringing in these bandicoots, there's a huge market there, not just for the bandicoot, but for those that could operate it. And there has to be a just transition from the sanitation worker training the same people, which is what Gen Robotics does, to run these robots so they're not done out of a job. So these are, I think, some exciting innovations that happen. I think we are still very slow in the country to adopt and adapt these. Our purpose has to be to find what is working in one part of the country and to scale it up and replicate it in others. We do this through Indian Sanitation Coalition, but we would love to be able to work with many of your members to take some of these technologies forward. So this brings me to an important question. Do you know where your shit goes? Now, I ask this question, whether it is of friends or in cocktail parties or at seminars such as these. And I am often really disappointed as to how little we think about where our shit goes. It often stops at, yes, down the commode and it's flushed. If you're lucky, it goes through a sewage system, but you would still need to ask the question of where is that sewage being treated. But for many of us who have standalone septic tanks, do we stop to ask that honeysucker, that van that comes to clean out that septic tank, where is he emptying or tipping that tank? Is he going all the way to a waste treatment facility as he should? Or is it just being dropped into the nearest water body or drain or the ridge in Delhi, which is indeed what happens? And a simple technology of putting a GPS chip on these honeysuckers, making sure that we know where they go, monitoring that, finding them would be the answer. and also changing the way the funds are actually managed, in that I pay the honeysucker to take away the shit. But if I could pay him at the point when he tips it into the water treatment facility, it would be into the water sewage treatment facility, it would be far more effective. So where the money actually changed hands may need to also be looked at. This brings me to this important subject of the distributed, decentralized STPs versus the centralized ones. And I wrote in a column some time back that we need to create resilient cities. It's not just about pollution. We need to manage our water resources. And in that, fecal sludge management is very, very critical as we go forward. So these FSSM systems are very important for us in terms of our public health. And also, they otherwise pose a huge challenge to our environment. I won't belabor this point. You know, as an informed audience, as to how little of the sewage that is generated in our country is actually treated. And more than 60% of the sewage, by and large, enters our water bodies, rivers, and really results in the pollution. We make water unfit for human consumption, destroying it in this way. Efforts are being made now to treat this, but we are way behind where we need to be across the cities. And the cities continue to grow, and we're not able to catch up. And that is why waiting for this big, large sewage system in the Western format, which has failed us thus far, is really not the answer. And having these smaller treatment facilities that come up at 1/5 of the cost, they come up in 1/5 of the time, are much easier to handle. And we can all have a stake in it. And indeed, many buildings are committed to doing this. Our real estate players put this into the buildings. I fear the quality is not always what it should be, but we need models which go into buildings, which are sustainable and which do not collapse with use, which means they have to be maintained as well. So the whole structure of sewage treatment needs to change as we look at doing what needs to be done, which is the treatment. But equally, reuse of what is thrown out of the system, fertilizer, wastewater, these can all have good use, if not in building complexes, in neighboring plants. So we've seen in Nagpur, for example, where the large sewage treatment facility and the power plant abut each other. And the wastewater from the sewage plant cools the power plant. So looking at the way we set up infrastructure, and as has been highlighted earlier today, that nexus between energy and water are important to recognize, and we need to build for it. So here we are today with an estimated 30% of our households really reliant on on-site sanitation systems, and looking now for FSTPs, which are these smaller sewage treatment plants, to help with making sure that we can get the sewage coverage we need. So let me just now draw to a conclusion that as we go ahead and in a COVID environment, the need to manage all of this, sanitation, a clean environment, remind everyone about toilet usage and the communication therein, look at these fecal sludge management systems, encourage our communities, RWAs, municipalities, and indeed each of us as citizens to find these solutions and ask the builder what he or she has put in terms of a sewage treatment system, ask our RWA what we're doing about it, and be prepared to pay a small contribution to ensure that it's not only established, but that it's maintained and run. So given the common situation of publicly financed waste and sanitation services, we also need the business models. As I mentioned, a huge business opportunity. We need cost recovery and private sector participation. And going forward, the models which cover the entire sanitation service chain, from toilet access to reuse, and looking all the time to reducing out the water and reuse of water and recycling of water. The 3 R's, the reduce, reuse, and recycle, apply as much to water use as to sanitation. So I'll end here by saying I'm excited by the journey the country embarked on, our ability to do what we have done. I take heart that this next 5 years, we can achieve the same with the treatment side of it and the opportunity that this will provide for businesses, for jobs, and not just in the building of the infrastructure, but the maintaining and providing of the services, and all of which is an opportunity for us to build a healthy and safer India. So thank you. Thank you for listening so patiently.
Naina-ji, what outstanding, simply outstanding content what you have given. And may I please request our National President, Mr. Gurmeet Singh ji, to kindly, offer a small token of gratitude and your contribution to the society, which needs to be appreciated. Over to Mr. Gurmeet Singh Arora.
Sorry, I was muted. Well, you spoke, whatever you spoke is sacrosanct. Your passion is without any Russian. Okay. I would have given you a standing ovation, but I'm sorry, we are online. It won't make sense. We won't know whether people are standing or not. But as you know, there's a saying, the operation was successful, but the patient died. You have written a book, Survive or Sink. There is an opportunity to work where we can convert waste to wealth with the cradle-to-cradle approach. Of course, we need a centralized approach on legislation. We cannot in any way in India implement any centralized approach through municipalities, because unless we are able to demonstrate both the ROI, return on investment, and at the same time what we are doing for society, it's going to become very difficult and a long way to go unless the central government is involved. So that's what we are working with the Jal Shakti Ministry. And as I spoke to you yesterday, irrespective of where you are or where we are or whatever, we have to get together to make sure that we leave behind a better planet for our children and their children to come. I am really scared when we say that we have 17% of the world's population and 4% of the fresh water, and we are polluting all our water resources, as we know. Even our clean water we are polluting. We are going to get into big, massive problems in future. And it may be a time where in your will you will also write that son or daughter, I only leave behind 30 liters of water per capita per day. And we have to prevent that. And so in the IPA, we have given away in our 28 years, 22 fellowships. So I am wanting to have the honor of giving you the 23rd fellowship of IPA, ma'am. Can you show us the fellowship award, please? And I would like to make you a fellow of IPA. Even I don't have a fellowship of IPA, by the way. Yeah.
I'm so touched. I mean, this is a big surprise. Thank you ever so much.
Yes.
I received this on behalf of all the wonderful people who work with me and make all of what we do possible.
And let us work towards where we can mandate low flow fixtures, sanitary ware, treatment of water, rainwater harvesting. We can make India water positive if we all work together. There is an opportunity, and there is a business case also. It makes business sense. Not only that, we can create economic sense, we can create industry, we can create opportunities for our country to manufacture those products, to implement the technologies. If Singapore, I do not know whether you heard Mr. Dicro's speech this morning. You did. But if Singapore can do it, why can't we? It's only a mindset. It's a matter of implementation. I mean, when the cell phones came, they were 55,000 and 1 lakh rupees and 2 lakh rupees. And today you get a cell phone for 1,400 rupees also. The same way the electric vehicles, which are coming so fast, technologies are moving very, very fast. And we have to, but in sanitation and water, it's still going very slow because what chalta hai attitude in our country, unfortunately, is going through, and So we need to work together. So I will talk to you offline later, where we can have a centralized approach and approach the government together to see that we can get some technologies implemented. And of course, not only on the drawing board, but we should make sure they go through across the country, ma'am. So please accept, in all our humility, our fellowship. Thank you very much. Your talk was very, very inspiring.
Really
and this is a
appreciate
small
it.
memento from our side. We'll send you this by courier and the fellowship set.
Thank you and congratulations on a wonderful day. And I look forward to joining you the next couple of days as well. Really enjoyed the discussions.
Thank you, ma'am. We are going to move towards net zero in this country.
Can I add
Net zero water, net zero waste.
Can I add one more sentence?
Yes, sir. Yes, Gupta, sir.
Nanaji, this was for the first time in the IP history that on this platform, somebody talked about, earlier we were talking about health aspect of plumbing, environment aspect of plumbing, but this was for the first time that we heard about the financial aspect of plumbing or business aspect of plumbing. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I look forward to celebrating many millionaires.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Gurmeet. Thank you, Gupta.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, Gurmeet, you spoke about cell phones, and I think Naina spoke about fortune which we are supposed to make through the business. So let's combine the both and spin some wheel of fortune, where I think people can win quite a few things. May I please request the backend team to get the wheel of fortune on the screen, please.
Naina ji, we are doing this in every session.
So I think let us call the lady only to start the wheel of the fortune. So Naina ji, you can give us a countdown of 3, 2, 1, and the wheel will start spinning.
Okay, thank you. 3, 2, 1.
And we have our first winner, Mr. Ramakrishnan R. RTS, congratulations to Mr. Ramakrishnan R.
So this has all the participants' names.
Yes, all those who are present right now.
Brilliant.
So, Gurmeet Saab, I think since you are also here, I would request you to give a countdown, please.
How many phones are we giving?
Today, 2. So we missed one just before Nainaji's, speech.
Okay,
I was super excited to have her on the, dais, and I think I missed out on the first wheel of fortune. So this is the second one, please.
Dicros, come on, 3, 2, 1. Dicros.
Yeah, Mr. Dicros, you can do that, please.
Dicros, unmute yourself. You're muted.
I think he's perhaps, he's trying to get him. Yes, Mr. Dicros, we need you to give us a countdown, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, but Dicros, your name is not on it, huh?
Oh, not to worry, I give to my fellow brothers and sisters.
Mr. Manikandan Palisamy. RTS, congratulations, Mr. Manikandan.
How come all from the south, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe Dick Rose is from the south, so
Dick Rose is from Singapore now.
No, but by nature, I'm an Indian. My native is in Tirunelveli.
Oh, great!
My dad comes from there, so I'm in Singaporean. But I still love India. I used to go for holidays in India.
Well, you have to come here to set up the next new water plant.
Yeah, definitely. If I'm given the opportunity, I'll definitely come and share my knowledge and do something.
We will work with you and the Public Utilities Board of Singapore. We will.
So you're most welcome, Bhaisam.
Yes.
So thank you, Mr. Dicros, and thank you, Gurmeet Saab. I think what a day we have had. I think, so this is what the winners are going to take home. Yes, I think you have your cell phones, and I'm very sure very soon they'll reach out to you. So you need to get in touch with the chapter along with that. So friends, I think this has been an amazing day. Of course, we did miss our minister, unfortunately, because of his traveling plan. He could not join us. But still, we had a very, very fantastic day, and we would really like to thank all our associate society, that is World Plumbing Council, CREDAI, ISHRE, Triple ID, IGBC, FSAI, and IAPMO. We would also like to thank all our sponsors, that is your title sponsor, WaterTech, Diamond sponsor, Ashirvad by Alliance, then Platinum sponsor, Astral Pipes, Kirloskar, Willow, Flower Guard Plus, session sponsors, Gebrit, Prince Piping System, KSB, associate sponsor, Echo, Bradford White, Ibarra, System, Can Therm, Larry Valves, NVR, Pipe Fittings and Valves, QA, Trivio by Hindware, and Zolita Valves. And before we end today's session, I would request our National Secretary, Mr. C.S. Gupta, to offer a vote of thanks and thank all our delegates, all our sponsors, and all you lovely people, and all our speakers. C.S. Gupta Saab, over to you.
Thank you, Mayorji. It has been a wonderful day. I would like to thank on behalf of IPA, guest of honor Avinash Mishra ji, keynote speaker Mr. DeGrose, participants, members from supporting organization, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, and proud members of my IPA family. Mr. Avinash Mishra ji, advisor Niti Aayog, shared his brilliant thoughts and words of wisdom. IPA is committed for playing a vital role in plumbing for the betterment of health, hygiene, sanitation, and environment in India. His presence is always valuable for IPA. Thanks to Mr. DeGrose, Vice President, Singapore Plumbing Society, who made us walk through the innovative technology used by PUET at Singapore and demonstrating how Singapore has become a front runner in reclaiming water through new water. We are sure of forming a new collaboration between Indian Plumbing Association and Singapore Plumbing Society. IP appreciates the contribution of Singapore Plumbing Society. Thanks for Mr. Mukesh Asija for very well conducting the panel discussion on climate change and water. Please applaud for all the panelists for contributing and sharing their inputs, views, and thoughts for a better tomorrow. Our thanks goes to Harsh Patodia ji, Architect Ravindra ji, Dr. Shrish Ramesh Valiga, Hemant Watwe, and Sharad Rao ji. Last but not the least, the best session was led by Nainal Kitwai ji. You just listened to her. She spoke on a different aspect, which was totally unfolded for the first time on the IPA platform. Friends, we have got 2 more days to go, and I will request each one of you to join again, get connected, and bring more of your friends who would like to enlist from these eminent speakers tomorrow and day after tomorrow. Thank you, everybody. Good day.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Gupta sir, for that lovely vote of thanks. And with that, this is Mir Sangvi. We are signing off and adjourning today's day of Indian Plumbing Conference and looking forward to see all of you tomorrow. Thank you very much on behalf of Indian Plumbing Association. Ladies and gentlemen,
say something?
good night. Stay safe.
Yeah, DeGrose.
Mihir did a good job. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, very good. We really enjoyed it.
Pleasure.
We did really love it.
Mihir, nobody gave you a memento.
Your smiles and upload are my memento. Thank you very much.
When you pay a visit to Singapore, I'll give you.
Pleasure. We'll definitely catch up.
Gurmeet, Mihir is still work in progress.
Yeah. WIP.
Bye, guys. Take care.
FlowGuard piping systems are the most widely used CPVC plumbing systems in the world. A marketplace leader, we use over 60 years of experience to deliver reliability to every home, business and community. Our team of experts have installed billions of meters of pipes and fittings, providing ease of installation and proven performance that gives businesses and home developments the competitive edge they need to become more successful. Made with high-performance chlorinated polyvinyl chloride or CPVC compounds which are NSF/PW certified, the quality surpasses industry competitors. Connected with solvent weld joints, FlowGuard Plus CPVC piping systems can be installed faster and safer than any other conventional piping system, all while meeting code requirements. And this doesn't even include the acoustic and thermal installation properties. As water is reliably transported, FlowGuard Plus CPVC piping systems resist chlorine and chloramine chemicals. This helps keep drinking water safe and allows the system to maintain peak performance without corrosion and scaling over time, giving homes and businesses the reliable water supply they need and the peace of mind they deserve. Backed by the integrity of the Lubrizol Corporation, a Berkshire Hathaway company, FlowGuard CPVC piping systems' global reputation helps to ensure the delivery of a superior product to your customers. This teamwork helps you grow and be more successful. When selecting FlowGuard Plus CPVC piping systems, you can be certain that you're investing in a piping system that families, businesses and communities can count on for a lifetime. Partner with an industry leader that delivers reliable, world-class products and technologies. Speak with a trusted FlowGuard representative from the Lubrizol Corporation.
Global challenges require global responses. At Velo, we are playing our part and leading the way. The Velo Group is one of the world's leading providers of pumps and pump systems for the building services, water management and industrial sectors. We move water with innovative products, smart solutions and individual services. Velo provides critical infrastructure around the world. We fit out important buildings like hospitals and waterworks. We equip key industries and agriculture. Velo is the digital pioneer in its industry. As an innovation leader, we set standards, from smart production to our connected products. They allow us to achieve new dimensions of customer satisfaction and efficiency. Velo offers sustainable solutions while also taking social responsibility. As one of 50 sustainability and climate leaders and the winner of the German Sustainability Award 2021, Velo is committed to actively slowing climate change. And by 2025, all of Velo's production sites around the world will be climate neutral. Around 8,000 employees are the foundation of our success. They are the heart of Velo. Together, we can overcome the greatest challenges of our time.
Und wie geht das genau?
And what about the pipes?
Huh?
Und was ist mit Schulung? Und was ist mit... Und was ist mit... Und was ist mit...